Good morning, good morning, good morning. Success sessions. Hey, General, good morning. Yay, Miss Simone.
Hello.
Good morning.
Morning, good morning.
Yo, how you feeling?
People. Oh, I really wish I could dance because I would be in here Millie rocking. I would
He
be.
doing everything.
God knows what I need. He's like, no, 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 no. You need.
Like, don't worry about that butt.
You are good. Sit down. Let me stop. Do you dance, Miss Shoni?
Nah,
I feel like you could do a little.
no, I mean I do my little two-step, like
Oh, that's good. I do
yeah,
dance.
it's like the same thing, like back and forth, but same little thing. It don't
Oh,
matter what song. It don't matter what song. Slow song, fast song, same old two-step.
no, you're not. Do you slow it down if it's like slow and then pick it up? If it's
Well, it's like slow anyway.
okay.
So yeah, so it just matched everything.
Yeah, it's on the 2 and 4.
Yeah. Yeah, my two-step matched everything.
Love it.
And don't let me have a cup of ginger ale or the
Oh,
Red Bull if I'm really feeling myself.
oh, oh.
No.
Man, let us out. We have
Yeah,
stuff to do.
we
Okay,
got things to do.
the back to school drive, the events in the park. Like we need to be out there.
Everything. I know. Good morning, y'all. Yo, Q been consistent all week.
Come
I,
on, Q.
I feel like she been rolling with us the entire week. Like,
Definitely.
yeah.
I love it. Hey,
I know. I love it. Good morning. Good morning. Ari, good morning. Ari said, Ari, strong day number 4. Okay, 4 days in a row.
let's
That's
go.
progress. Let's go. I love it.
Oh,
Hey, Cam, good morning. Naya, Janaya, what's up? Good morning. Man, yo, Janaya out the coffin. Cause she was another one dead for a little while. I ain't really hear from her. She was tied down working and all that stuff, but she here. It's so good to have you. Oh, Q said she have. She been on every day this week.
yes.
Yeah.
Look, we gotta get you up here too. If y'all haven't noticed yet, I'm trying to get everybody.
Exactly. Q got something to share. She got some value and some knowledge inside of her. It need to come out. Yeah. Come on, man. Next week, your week, I feel it.
Yeah, come
Man,
on.
Mars said he fell asleep listening to gospel. He been talking to God in his dreams all night. Oh,
Powerful.
I know. I know. The general, he gonna have on a little minister outfit.
The whole robe, okay.
He
So,
gonna have a whole day. Miss Q said she would love to talk.
yes. Okay.
Monday,
How to reach me. You know how to come
you
on.
know how to reach Miss Simone. You heard Miss Simone say, listen,
Say the word, pick a
right?
day.
That means Monday gonna be a strong day. If we have Q on with you, then y'all know we got Miss Paula Campbell, Baltimore legend. Yup, she's coming to us all the way from Atlanta, talking all things music. So that's gonna be powerful. That's gonna be powerful. Janae says she made herself wake up today. Good, man. Make yourself wake up every day. Yo, this how you start your day. This is what we do, man. Hey, 11, good morning. My man been rolling with us
I
all
know.
week.
Hey.
Hardcore, good morning. Yo, hardcore is a little legend, low key, yo.
I know. I gotta get on her schedule because I'm like, we need to get
Yo,
back on.
already. Somebody from the School of Social Work saw one of her clips from the
Yeah.
other day and was just talking about like how she would make a great social worker and how she would just be so, and I'm like, yes, yes, yes,
All the
that's the
things
path we trying to get her to go down. So like kudos
are
to you, man.
done.
You getting noticed.
It's
Yeah,
all
yeah. You know what, Miss Simone?
what?
I never been one of those TGIF people, like the thank God it's Friday, but I am now. Yo, I'm one of them people now. Thank God it's Friday. I don't have no live tomorrow or Sunday. I'm not doing no lives tomorrow. I'm not doing no lives on Sundays. I'm gonna do my self-care, y'all. I'm gonna get me some crabs or something, y'all.
That's
I
so
know, I
sweet.
know. Yo,
Oh yes, do it, Miss Jones. You deserve it.
yo,
What?
I do, don't I? Because I'm like, yo,
Yes.
I'm working super duper hard every single
Back
day.
to back to back to back. Even on the weekend. Y'all, Miss Joni is on the weekend texting people
I know,
about opportunities. Like,
I know, but you know what? This weekend, I'm not getting on no lives. I'm gonna email. I still got work to do, but I'm not doing no lives. I'm not getting on no lives.
that's good. I'm loving it, Miss Jones. We gotta say, man, we gotta do self-care and the work will keep going. We'll be good. But this weekend, we're gonna relax, we're gonna eat crabs. It's gonna be nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then the day is a tough day. We got back to back stuff. So anybody that's on the Hopkins Jab, we got our meeting today with the kids from New Orleans. So it's going to be like 17 kids from New Orleans. They having a really, really, really tough time, like worse than us.
Yeah.
So our kids are going to connect with them to try to give them some strategies and just help them make new friends. So we're going to get 17 New Orleans friends today. And track star Zion is actually going to lead this meeting. So I'm gonna start it off, but she gonna do like the icebreaker, the connection piece, and all that. So if you didn't get the code for the Hopkins Jab, you want to be on that. Hit my DM, I'm gonna send you the code, or hit up Ma, and he can give you the code. But that's gonna be cool.
That's so great. I'm excited, yeah, because I'm like, it's so much better to like connect. No, you're not alone in this. And like, I feel like that's gonna be a good combination. New Orleans youth, Baltimore youth, so much greatness. Like will be so
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And even if you're not on the official Hopkins Jab, but you want to be a guest, especially for this meeting, like if you're interested in meeting kids from other states, let me know. Especially people, you know, like you, Cam, who like consistently show up. Like you probably should be on that youth advisory board, like for real. Yo, Cam is a beast too, yo.
absolutely.
Yo,
You don't can't
oh beast, yo.
already knows. I'm like, look, we gotta Kim, when I put on my Spelman shirt today, I thought about you. I'm like world changer. Okay. My girl is on it. Asking
Absolutely,
questions.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Man, what we doing today, Miss Simone? You said we had somebody.
Yes, I'm so excited. This is one of my really, 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 really good friends, y'all. Her name is Brianna. She is a PhD student, clinical psychology at Howard University. And I've been telling her about, what I'm doing. She's like one of my friends that I tell you guys that you should have in your life. She's very supportive, very intellectual. Like every time I'm with her, it's just like a calming peace. I'm like, yeah, this is how you know you're doing what you're supposed to do. We need people like you because, y'all, we were talking about therapy and all that kind of stuff. And she's in the field as a young Black woman trying to change the narrative about how people think about therapy and all of that stuff. So, inspired by the conversation we had with Corey, I wanted to bring Brianna on to kind of talk a little bit more. And she went to North Carolina A&T for college, so I know some people might be interested in that. So today we're just going to talk about all things self-care, positive affirmation, therapies, um, all of that. So
Yeah, I love it. I love it. We're about to go ahead and bring her on.
yeah, she just texted. She said she's ready. So I'm excited.
Yay, Miss Bree.
Hello.
Hey, Miss Bree.
Can you hear us? Wait, you might have to turn your
Oh,
audio
audio's on. Hi.
Hey, Miss Bree. What's up?
I'm good. How are you guys? I'm so happy
Doing
to be
good.
here.
Man, we so excited to have you. Miss Simone just gave a little rundown. I'm like, now, like, hold on. You did all this and you look like you like 15.
Yeah, I'm pretty I look young. I'm a little young.
I need that in my life. You look good, girl.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are excited to have you.
I'm excited to be here. Simone, what did you say? So I know what to
introducing everybody. So like right now you can see Miss Joni. She's the founder of HeartSmiles, the organization that I work with, and our heartbeats are on YouTube Live. I should have sent you the link so you can see, but they'll be commenting live.
Okay.
So I was just telling everybody about how you're one of my really good friends, like people that I tell them that you should surround yourself with. You were like one of the first people that come to mind to me.
Oh.
Like just very intellectual, very understanding. You listen. Just, you know, we were talking on Wednesday with one of our heartbeats about mental health and like, you know, how it is in the Black community. And I'm just like, you are doing it right now in it as a, do you mind if I tell them? How
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
about to be Dr. B, like
Yeah.
okay.
Dr. B loading, girl.
Yeah.
And really shaping, you know, what it looks like to be a young Black clinical psychologist. So I'm gonna shut up because I want you to tell your story a little bit. Just tell our heartbeats and Miss Joni a little bit about who you are, what you do now, and then I'd like, you know, one thing that you would have told your teenage self that you know now, but you didn't know back then.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you for that beautiful introduction because I don't think I could say it any better. First of all, I just love this organization. Simone has told me so much about it. I thank you for starting things like this in the community. I love the name, Heartbeats, HeartSmiles. I mean, it literally is just so heartwarming. Like, thank you, because we need much more organizations like this. I mean, I was so honored when someone asked me to come on because I was like, me? Like, really? This is so cool. But just to tell you a little bit about me, I'm a PhD student at Howard University studying clinical psychology. My research is mostly in health behaviors and mostly sexuality, women's sexuality, really trying to optimize how we view ourselves and making sure we have a very holistic, positive view of ourselves. And that plays out usually in sexual experiences. So that's why I decided to study sexuality, but not really looking at it from like risky sexual behaviors perspective, much more like health promotion and like just trying to make sure you live your best life, basically, lack of a better word. Something when Simone told me to, think about, something I would tell my, younger self, I was like, oh, I don't know. But I think one thing that I notice now, so I'm in my 4th year of my program, and that means I'll be almost done in about a year or 2. And I think coming into kind of realizing your dreams is it takes you to a whole different headspace. And what I've learned, like trying to ground myself in being at this level, is that I am here because so many other people poured into me. And I think during that time when I was in high school, like even middle school, I thought it was all on me. I had to take responsibility for my own destiny, do it, like this individualized kind of mindset. Like, even though my mom was pouring into me, my aunties were pouring into me, my mentors, and I was like, I still got to get it. I still got to get it for me. And like this self-made mentality. And then, right around like, I want to say like 2021, when I was about to graduate undergrad and I was applying to PhD programs, I was like, look, this is not on me. I had the decision and I had the capacity to, set my own destiny, but my path to success is not only on me. So there's so much out there that really helped me, and I really stand on the backs of so many people, and I wouldn't be here without them. And so a lot of what I would love to have told myself is that let it go, boo. It's not all on you. We are all here to help and support one another. And I'm all about, if the team make the teamwork is all, all you need to make your own dream work.
Absolutely.
So that's all.
That's
Okay.
my whole life.
Yes, together. Oh, that was so good. Thank you so much for sharing that, because I can relate too. It's a lot, but like you said, having people that can pour into you, like we all Chicago, that's one of our main, like, who is surrounding you, who is feeding your brain, like all of that stuff. And like, you can't do it on your own. So don't feel like you have to wear it all on your back. Call on people. Use that
Hmm.
support.
It's so freeing when you realize that. It's so freeing.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
Absolutely. All right. Michelle, did you have anything that you
That's
wanted to?
awesome. So I just told them to put whatever questions they got for Miss Bree, but I know my question that I want to know is, can you talk to them just a little bit about this whole idea of young people being most at risk for like STDs and stuff? Because I was recently talking to a doctor, and one of the things that she told me that almost had me on the floor, she said more than 90% of the young people that she see are burning and don't even know that they burning. Like they come in for one thing and then find out that they have a STD. And just with this whole generation and this culture of you with this person one day and with this person the next day, people sliding in your DMs, then they sliding in your you know what. Like, can you just
Hmm.
talk to them a little bit just about that and how they can keep themselves like out of that type of mix and like the real risks that they don't understand that they're putting themselves at?
Yeah, that is such, I'm so glad you brought that up, because one of the things, just speaking to being a young person, like you just want to explore, you have all these new opportunities and you just really want to explore. And I think that even at that time, sometimes you're not really thinking about the future. You're not thinking about planning, like how you can really protect yourself. You're just really thinking about, exploring. And that statistic is very true. About 90% of adolescents and young adults, like 18 to 25, typically do have some kind of STD. They may be not showing any symptoms. So you may not be burning, like physically burning. You may not, like you may not have any other kind of symptoms, but when you do have unprotected sex, oftentimes those things can be transmitted. So if you don't really have, one of the things that when we talk about community and pouring into one another, one thing is that a lot of people don't understand like the concept of condoms. So like if you have to, it's actually kind of hard to navigate using condoms. Like it's not just you tell the guy to put it on. What if the guy doesn't want to put it on? Then what do you do? How do you really negotiate how to protect yourself and them if one, you don't know what your own risk is, they don't know. And so you really don't even know how to have that conversation. And so if no one else is talking about it, how can you really, start talking about it? Like, let's say he slides in the DM and he wants to come over and he doesn't have anything on him. Y'all already hot and heavy. What you gonna do then? So usually you just kind of go for it and just hope for the best. And unfortunately, that's the sad reality, but we aren't really having conversations about how to talk about sex with your partner, or, let alone, we talk a lot about it with relationships, but not with somebody you just met or don't know. And sometimes you just want to have those kind of experiences to explore. So I think one of the biggest problems, is really just kind of having that real life one-on-one conversation with whoever you're having sex with.
Yeah, that's real. That's real, man. I hope y'all paying attention to this. Lene said, can you ask Miss Bree what was her level of education? What did she start out with first?
Like in high school or undergrad?
You could tell us the whole
Oh,
Yeah,
the whole story?
take us from high school because
Oh gosh.
she in ninth grade, I think.
Oh,
yeah.
that's perfect. We can start there. So I'll even take you back to middle school. So I was in science class in middle school, 8th grade, and my science teacher told my mom like, "Oh, she's really good at science, but I hated science. I don't want to. I love like mixing stuff and see what happens, but I don't like all the logistics of it." So I was like, I don't really care about the molecules. I don't care about all the other stuff. And that's all they really kind of teach, like in 8th and 9th grade is like more hard sciences. And so I was like, that's not me. And then going into, I think it was like 8th or 9th grade. Well, in ninth, all through high school, let me say this, I was in science and tech program. I'm from the area, PG County. And I was in science and tech. And so that was all like very science driven. because it was just a good program. I thought it helped me get into college. So I was like, okay, let's do it. But I still really wasn't passionate in it. Then I want to say around 10th or 11th grade, I took AP Psych, and that changed my whole world, because then I realized that, like, you can study, like, be a scientist of regular people. Like, that just was so mind blowing to me. So I was like, oh, this is cool. And then all the crazy conclusions people draw based on these, experiments, and then the history of it all, like, that's really what kind of sparked it. And my professor was, teacher, he was, I think, like, adjunct, or like he taught at the community college. And so he was telling me about, all the different opportunities you can get, like being a psychologist. So I was like, oh, this is cool, but I still wasn't really like gung ho. I also had like a lot of severe mental illness in my family. So I was always kind of like that go-to person. So I was like, that we could maybe make this work. So then I decided, when I went to undergrad, I was trying to figure out if I wanted to go into biology or psychology, or I was going to do kind of like a double major, because I always wanted to be a doctor. And then I realized I could be a doctor of psychology, like I could be a whole real doctor. So I said, oh, this is a whole nother level. Okay, this is cool. So I want to note, like, it's exposure that really helped me, and like talking to people is really what helped me kind of like really hone in on this career path. And then when I got to undergrad, that's when I really got like really immersed, because obviously, it was my major. I was a psych major. I built a really good like net of friends, that I studied with, and they all had kind of similar interests. And then I told my sophomore year, I told one of my Black psychology professor, she was doing a lot of good research. And I was like, oh, can I come and sit in on your lab? And then I sat in for a couple of weeks, and then next thing you know, I'm starting to do stuff for her, reading a lot more. And then it just kept evolving. Her research was in health, so that's kind of how I developed the health interest. And then when you start hearing these stats, I mean, especially 90% of adolescents, I mean, come on, that's all of us walking around here. And so knowing that I could not only study people, but I could study people like me, was on a whole, another level. And I was like, oh, well, this is pretty cool. So then, still evolving. So like around sophomore years, when I decided, okay, I'll go into a PhD program. And then my mentors really like honed in on, like, you can go straight out of undergrad. That concept, I had no idea. First of all, I had no idea what a PhD was. Nobody in my family has any kind of graduate level education. Then beyond that, they were like telling me you could go straight out of undergrad. Like, I don't even have to go to med school. I don't have to do all this other stuff. I could just go straight out. So I said, okay, we're going to do that. And they really pushed me towards doing that. I applied. I got into Howard, and I got like a wait list somewhere. I think it was in Ohio, somewhere else. I did several fellowships too in between, like summers and stuff. And then, then I ended up at Howard. So and then, the 4 years and where I'm at now, that's how that kind of started.
Wow, that's awesome. 11 said, do you plan on creating like a workshop for the youth and taking it further than that now, talking about this whole idea of like the sexual behaviors and talking about that type of stuff?
Definitely. So my area of interest is like my target population is like from 18 to 35. So people who are likely to like be giving birth and having the most sex and developing intimacy around that time. So I hope to eventually, let me talk a little bit more about what kind of work I'm trying to do. So the kind of workshop I would eventually kind of like make is more about how you develop your own life story and how that now plays a part of your sexual experiences. So thinking about who you were in the past as a child, how you evolved, just the way I've kind of walked you through my kind of life story, how do you really internalize that and now move that into your current behaviors and your future behaviors? How do you see your future? How do you see your family planning practices? Like, do you want to have a husband or not? Are you just going to be out here exploring for the rest of your life? Do you want to have some end goal? Like, kind of thinking about the bigger picture, taking your previous life, now kind of integrating, seeing how you've grown and learned lessons from your past experiences. How does that impact you right now? And how can we get you to the next step to your future? So a workshop would be more like identity focused rather than really looking at the actual behaviors, because behaviors change all the time.
Mhm.
They don't define who you are. Your identity defines who you are.
Yeah. Cam said, if you didn't have the support system that you had, do you still think you would have went to the PhD program?
No. Mm-mm. I don't know how I would have been exposed to this, because academia is not like, you go through school, right? You go through K to 12, but no one really talks about beyond that. Like, everyone says you need to go to college and do what with it? Like, it doesn't really make sense in the grand scheme of things. I mean, what do you go to school? You go to college, get a job, and work a 9 to 5 for the rest of your life? Or what if you don't want to do that? I never saw myself doing that. My mom worked really hard. She had a 9 to 5, but I didn't want to be that stressed out. So how do you kind of develop your career around your values and, what matters the most to you? And I wouldn't have known that if I didn't have examples of that and people telling me that I could actually create that, because that's not the dominant, narrative out there.
You ain't lying about that.
Yeah.
I know that the time it takes for you to get your education can be kind of overwhelming for today's youth. So what would you say to us?
One thing, yeah, that is a great, great question. I want you to think about what really matters to you, because I do not believe everybody needs to go to college. I don't. I think college gives you experiences that, like life experiences that you may not have had otherwise, like going off, especially out of state, starting things on your own, having to navigate, like, how do I feed myself? Literally, if you never had to do that before. How do you, kind of like navigate, even going from different buildings, getting paperwork handled, like all that. It's a good kind of adjustment period. But beyond that, you can study things, especially the world today. Like, Google is amazing. You can find things out and get knowledge in a lot of different ways. So I don't think that you have to go to college to do that. But think about, what kind of lifestyle do you want and what do you need to get there? I think that's most important. And so I didn't mind sticking it out for what I've been in a PhD. I'll be in my PhD program for 6 years. I did 4 years of undergrad. So that's 10 years plus high school. But I really loved the journey. I knew I was going to do it. I already mentally prepared myself for that. At each stage, I had to readjust. And I think that kind of like, once you set that mentality, you know what you're working towards. The process, the school, the timing doesn't really matter.
That's awesome. Would you say that learning this, all that you know, was a major change and step in your life?
Wait, what do you mean? I'm not sure I understand the question. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, he said, would you say that learning this, everything that you know, was this a major change and step in your life?
Oh yeah, at even every point when I made a new realization or like went through those, like growing pains kind of thing, I realized, I was like, oh, okay, like I can definitely, learn something from this. So each step was definitely a major changing point. Right now, literally, as I'm talking to you, preparing for my dissertation meeting in a minute, like I am literally still evolving and still thinking about all these things, because I'm scared. So I'm trying to figure out, like, why am I so scared? Like, what does this mean? Am I really scared of success? Like, I'm about to do it. I know you can do it. Things like that are obviously in my head. So, I'm obviously still going through that as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna combine these two questions because they keep saying this. He said, wait, how old is she? She looks really, really young. And then, no, it's great. And then they so ratchet. How did you pay for college? Did you have to take out any loans?
Oh, I am loaned down. Okay. I don't have any, I was the first in my family to go to graduate school. So, well, my mom got a college education, like a undergrad, a bachelor's degree, but she paid for college herself, like out of her own money. And school was so much cheaper back then. I think she went in like the 80s, like 90s, like it was so much cheaper. And so she was trying to get her own self, together and provide for our family. So she really she didn't save any money for me to go to college. And then I had some merit scholarship, but merits don't get you very far if you don't have like extracurriculars and stuff. So I didn't get that many scholarships. And I think some of that had to do with the way I applied and things like that. I think there's other variables that go into that. But yeah, I paid for college with loans. I have some fellowships now that have helped me. And just really, I had to really change my whole idea of money and making money too. So that's a whole nother conversation. But yeah, I paid for it with loans. And what was the other question? I'm
They
26,
keep
by the
asking
way.
how old are
I'm
you?
26.
Okay.
Okay.
Y'all happy now? Ratchet.
Yeah, I'm 26, no kids, almost single.
Oh, that's right. I know that's right. Cam said, if you could have done anything differently, like what would you have done differently?
I'm sorry, give me 1 second. Oh, I have 15 more minutes because my advisor's running late. So, differently, I would have applied for more scholarships, both undergrad and graduate school. I was so focused on like the academics and like the content that I didn't focus as much on how I really was going to be able to accomplish that. And so if anything I could change, it definitely is applying to more scholarships and stuff.
And do you have like any resources that you know of, like personally, that the young people should be looking at, like right now, in terms of like scholarships if they're looking to go to college?
The Thurgood Marshall College Fund. It's let me put it in the chat.
Yeah.
It's TWFC, I think, .org. They have so many Thurgood Marshall College Fund. Yeah. They have a lot of scholarships for people just entering undergrad, like for freshmen. And they will supply, do your whole, it's for Black students, even Hispanic students too, any students of color usually. They're all sponsored by like big time organizations, so like Coke and Hennessy even, like a lot of different companies provide to that fund, sponsor that fund. So I was on it recently because, a lot of students, ITA and a lot of my students are, need help with Corona, and they have a lot of Corona relief funds. And then I saw all their other scholarships they had going on, and I knew a lot of Thurgood fellows in undergrad. So you can definitely get your full undergrad paid for. Yeah.
That's awesome. I'm gonna combine a couple of these questions. I know you said you gotta go.
I could stay on till 10:45 though, because I don't have to get on until.
Yeah, okay. And y'all got some great questions, by the way. When would you suggest we start searching for scholarships? And what time period do you recommend to look for these scholarships?
Around junior year. So whenever you're applying to college, that's about the time, like at least setting up your list. Like I would almost create an Excel sheet of like, okay, this is school I want to go to. This how much it's going to cost. How much can I realistically, let's say I need to take out loans. Actually don't think about loans. Think about what scholarships will supply you to go to those schools. So like Thurgood Marshall Fund is HBCU heavy. I went to 2 HBCUs, Howard for graduate school, and CAT, North Carolina A&T, Aggies all day for undergrad. So I think both of those, like I could have easily gotten something funded. So I do have that, like that is a real regret of mine. But yeah, that if you're looking at HBCUs, definitely look at that organization. Also check the website for those colleges because they usually have some kind of scholarship, page or something that tells you about funding opportunities. So junior year, and you can just create a column in your Excel sheet that says funding opportunities, list out the scholarships that they have, and then put another section with the requirements. So you know what you have to, you could lay out what you actually have to do for them, because some of them don't even require an essay. You'd be surprised.
Wow.
So and you can use, reuse stuff. Don't recreate the wheel. If you have an essay and it's functional, just edit, a little bit, move some words around, shoot that out to somebody else.
Jewels all day. Jewels all day. Is the scholarship process the same for going into your undergrad as it is for going into your PhD?
No. Oof, I wish it was. So much easier to get undergrad funded. Graduate school, I was telling Simone this, like it was, I didn't know about a lot of programs. And I think your research is really important, so like a clinical psychology degree, I can practice with it. Like I actually see people, I talk to people all day long, like I'll get licensed. Like that's like being, a regular medical doctor, right? So it's more like heavy on the profession, but there's also a research component. The research is what gets you the money, period. Like research is what's going to get you the money. It's going to get you in the program, and it's going to get you the money. So I think if anything, like seek out different research opportunities while you're in undergrad, and then to go into grad school, like really make sure you can articulate what your research is. Like, I do this, I want to do that. Basically, that's all you need to describe to whoever you want to work with, and like seek out people who are doing the same thing, and they can help and mentor you to do what you want to do. And they usually got money too, the people who want to help you. At Howard, we have financial issues, obviously. It's broadcasted everywhere. So that's one of my problems.
Yes,
I love it. Can you tell us about your best experience in college for undergrad and for PhD?
Oh my gosh. Let's see, undergrad, I had fun. Let's say this. I believe in work-life balance. That has sustained me. Like that question about like, being in school for so long. It's almost, you don't have to be tunnel vision into only doing school. Like your life would be so boring. There's so much life to live out here. So I definitely lived it. Like I had a good time. My undergrad, I don't know, I'm thinking of it in two ways. One, like my academic life, and I could think of like monumental, experiences there, and then like my personal life, like parties I've gone to. One thing about undergrad I enjoyed, I always wanted to go out of state. I knew that was going to happen. So I went out of state. I went to North Carolina. I loved taking the state by storm. Like I found some people that had cars. They were from the area. They took me to all different places, all different cities throughout North Carolina, partying at different schools. Like just getting that kind of exposure was like really, enlightening to me. And just kind of, I grew up in DC, so I was always around Black people in PG County, very Black heavy. But seeing people, what Southern Black life is like, was new to me. Like just the way like the girls acted, the way the guys hollered at you. I mean, it was a completely different experience for me. And I was like, wow, I listened to go-go. I was a go-go head when I was in high school. So that was different for me. So that was probably one of the best experiences I had, was like taking the city, like just having a new experience every weekend. Like just the amount of experiences and exposure was just so much fun. And I wasn't scared to try new things. So that's really important too. Just go for it. You never know what can happen. In graduate school, my academic experience was some conferences that I went to. So my mentor, she funded us to go to the North Carolina Psychological Association's conference, and I could present our research there. And that's where I was like, oh my God, like these people really care about what I have to say. And they were just in awe. And I was like, oh my God, like still having these, realizations. Um, and I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. Like I could do this, and they pay for me to go here. You want to hear me speak? Like, okay, I could do this. And I don't have, that's not a 9 to 5. I show up, like it still fits into my lifestyle and what I wanted. So that was pretty cool. In graduate school, um, I'm gonna share this because I think this is really important. So when I say work-life balance, I really do mean like everything that goes into life. So my first year, right before my first year leaving undergrad, going into graduate school, I met my current boyfriend, and I really, really enjoyed like having him. My first year was like the best thing ever because we would, again, even though I didn't want to come back to DC. Side note, I wanted to either stay in North Carolina or go somewhere else. So when I came back to DC, I was like, oh, well, I'm gonna treat it like I'm a tourist because there's so many things I didn't realize that I hadn't done in DC. So we went every weekend out, finding something new. I was on a coffee shop tour my first year, still do it sometimes. Hitting a different coffee shop. I had a list of places I wanted to go. I would go there, study, then go walk around that area. So that was really, really fun. Like different ways you can, grad school's hard. I mean, not act like it's all lovey-dovey and all that. No, it's hard as hell. But you can make it fun by doing different things like that. So that was really cool. And then I presented my first year, I also presented at the American Psychological Association. So like the one in North Carolina was just the regional one. And then going into the national one was like, I was like a kid in a candy store. I mean, they had everything you can imagine. Everything I had been learning in classes, all right there in real world, making things happen. Brilliant. I was in love. You couldn't tell me nothing.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is where
That is awesome. That is amazing. If you had to leave us with one jewel, Miss Bree, what is your jewel going to be to leave us with?
Oh, um, one jewel. I feel like I've dropped a lot.
You did. You have. I ain't even
I
gonna
don't
lie.
know. I don't know. I would say build your network in your community now because that will take you so far. It will take you so far. Even if you don't have, you got to come to the table with something. You got to come with your dreams. You got to come with your ambition, but let others help you and take the wheel. It is not all on you to like that. I'm going back to what I said, telling myself as a teenager, because that whole concept, I think, really needs to be hit home. It is, everybody, it's easy to kind of think about your teachers just saying whatever, everybody's just saying whatever, nobody really knows me, not really feeling a sense of like who you can lean on and who you can't, but actively seek those people out and they will take you very far. So that's my jewel for the day.
multiple jewels of the day.
Right. I love it. Thank you so much, Miss Bree. Like you've been a
Uh,
blessing, like for real.
Oh, I'm so glad you guys had me.
Man.
Any like last minute questions while I head off the call?
They all just thanking you. They all saying what a great job you did, how much they learned. All that Cam is talking about. She talk about APA and AP Psych.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so yeah, they giving you all these kudos.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you guys need anything else, please reach out. Like Simone has my number. So, I love Simone. I will do anything. I love you guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Hey,
And,
I heard her.
blessings, love and blessings to you guys. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Miss Bree.
All right. Bye, guys.
See you. Miss Simone, that was amazing, man. Thank you.
Thank you guys for engaging so much and
Oh,
that's my girl.
yes.
Like she really just very down to earth, very
Hey.
willing to share, and then brilliant. Like I said, at these national conferences, I met her at a research program that I did 2 summers ago. So, like she said, y'all, just getting this exposure, and then when you go out and you meet people, I never thought like I would be making new friends at this point in my life. But it's so good because I have my friends, and then I have like my professional friends that kind of understand. And me and Britt, we'll talk about all the public health psychology things where other people be like, all right, Simone, can you like be quiet a little bit? Like we will go in and talk, and like these are people you can start building your vision with, because like Brianna is interested in health and sexuality, and like also has that mental health component to it, and I'm also into that too, but really focused on youth and building
Mm-hmm.
programs, and how can we take all this research that we're doing and make it practical, and like partner with organizations that are doing great work in the community. So I'm just so happy y'all were engaged and you got something out of it. Y'all are
Yo, I know, and you know, I really love that she kept going back to like having mentors and the right people around you, because we talk about that so much, and even just the idea in her jewel of building a network. Like we talk about that all the time, like build up your network, like and give you opportunities to do that, but yet and still some people don't take advantage, and it's
yeah,
like, man.
please do it, because it's like, how will you know? You don't know what you don't know, right? And so this is where that kind of reverence and respect of like, ask some people that have lived some more life so that you can understand, see what's going on. And that money talk too is so key. Me and Bree talk about, because like this is how people get ahead of the game. Like we're just so happy that we even figured out what PhDs were. We're like, oh good, okay, we're gonna go to PhD, we're going to go to conferences. We're all excited, while there are people in other communities that already know that stuff exists. So now they're like, I already know I want the PhD. How am I going to pay for it? So this is the kind of stuff I want y'all to be asking your network now. Not only you guys are doing it too. That's why I'm so proud. All right, I already know about college. Now how do I get it paid for? Okay. Like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And don't be afraid to ask people. And like Brown said, as long as you come to the table with your dreams and your ambition, don't be afraid, because
Exactly.
you were deserving. You were so
Yo,
deserving.
yo, thank you, yo. I second that. Who said that? I think Cam said that, like, Miss Simone, we really needed this. Like, I second that. And you know why too? Because yesterday I was talking to somebody and they were talking to a young person who had been on your session or
Yeah.
whatever, right? But they didn't stay the whole time. They were just on for a little bit of time, got off and said it was boring.
Aw.
So, but I'm like thinking about who that young person is. I'm like, no wonder you think it's boring, because ain't nobody on here twerking. Ain't nobody, ain't nobody on here smacking nobody behinds. For real, because that's the type of stuff that they post. So I'm like, yeah, of course something like this would be boring, but then you want to sit back and complain about your situation, complain about what you don't have and what support you don't have and who's not doing what for you. And I'm like, yeah, of course something like this would be boring, because you're not even positioning your mind to try to learn something. And I'm
Yeah.
like, nobody who really wants to be successful, who really wants to do more with their life, can listen to the conversations that you have and think that something like that is boring. And I'm just like, you know what? I got offended for a small second. And then I said, you know what? That's just my reminder for the day that HeartSmiles ain't for everybody. I'm
Yeah.
not for everybody, you not for everybody. And that bare minimum, you got to at least bring the willingness to want to do better. Cause I'm just like,
That is it. That's a whole world, okay? Because I'm learning more and more. I'm like, I'm not for everybody, and it's really okay. It's
yeah, it's really okay. Stay over there.
really
I'm never begging nobody to come and get what we got, yo. I'm never begging nobody, because then that's taking energy away from me to be able to give it to the people that want it.
exactly.
Like, but and yo, and Miss Simone, I'm telling you, the craziest thing was that they were sitting up there complaining about their situation.
Yeah.
Like, and the adult person was trying to tell them, was trying to put them on. And
Yeah.
they was like, yeah, I tried that. It was boring. Hey, yo.
I feel so bad.
Hey, yo.
Really,
Hey, yo.
that's your problem right there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yo, but you post videos of people twerking and smacking behinds and all that stuff. Yeah, this ain't for you if that's the type of stuff that you like to watch and post. Nah, this ain't for you. We building up future millionaires and billionaires, man. That's what we doing.
And don't hit our phone when you want some,
Don't
'cause
hit
it
my
ain't
phone. Oh, they
no.
already know. They already owe me money. So they ain't gonna hit my phone.
Don't hit anybody else's
Yo,
too.
99.9% of the people that owe me money talk bad about me.
Yeah, isn't that it?
That's a trip. I don't be stressing them about it because I'm like, clearly you need it more than I do. And thank God I'm not pressed about it. But like, what if I really needed it?
Yeah.
But I see that as one of those. I think Miss Mo talked about it either yesterday or the day before. We were talking about like defense mechanisms. So I think that's a defense mechanism to where as though you owe somebody money, you don't want to face up to it. So now you gotta talk bad about it.
Yeah.
Right. You ain't gotta talk bad about me.
Yeah.
Like,
Because that money jar is still full. I was
like, yo, right.
pulling out hundreds, falling.
Right. First of all, I ain't lending nobody nothing that I can't afford to lose. That's just number one. I learned that the hard way.
Never. Yeah.
But yeah, that's what they do, Miss Simone. They take your money, then talk about you when they don't pay you back.
This is making me
Yo.
Good Friday. I can't. But another thing that I wanted to hit on, I'm so sorry, that Ms. Bree talked about is that work-life balance, because it is true, y'all, and it truly is about you have to do, because look, watch your videos to shake the butt, but don't let that consume your mind, okay? Don't do it. It's not adding value. It has to truly be about, and if anything, while you're at this age, you really want to be more focused. You have to figure out what side of the spectrum are you on. Are you a little bit where you're a workaholic, schoolaholic, you don't have no life, no fun, and you feel like you're missing out? Then do a little bit each, weekend. And it doesn't have to be shaking it. Do what works for you. It's a part of that self-care. Now, if you already watching all the shake the butt, all the stuff, you out every weekend touring every city, and you don't have money, and you're asking
Touring every city on other people's money.
on other people's money, you need to hone it in, and you need to be reading a book. Oh, another thing, get a book partner and read a book together, y'all. That has been so, I have done that with one of my good friends, and it's so nice. Like, we're reading a chapter a day, we're able to talk about it, I feel connected with the person. It's like, do things like that can help. It doesn't have to be a whole, just little thing to better yourself, and then go watch the shake the butt video. But don't be out here being silly for no reason. Y'all are too grown. It's not cute anymore. No excuses. It's not cute. You already showed us all the talents and greatness you have inside of you. So now we're expecting that at a high level. Exactly. And I want to have everybody in the Millionaires Club. Okay. I don't want it to just be me and Miss Joni and a few hearts.
Exactly.
Come on. Everybody, let's go. Do you want to be a millionaire?
Exactly. Down get it, Miss Simone.
Tangerine and because that really got me twisted. You're bored. Oh my goodness.
No, Miss Simone is crazy. You know what? Just so you can have a little bit of context. I'm about to text you a name right now.
Yeah,
just so you know.
Because I'm gonna fall out, and I'm trying to be.
You are gonna fall out. I'm about to text you a name.
And something else. I don't want to hear your board because I offer up my platform too much for my success session. Ms. Joni has created this. I said anybody can come on here and we can do whatever if you're bored. So I don't want to.
Absolutely. Yo, did you just throw your phone down, yo? Did you just throw your phone?
Miss Joni, who's coming on the next? Because I can't. Who is that?
Chill. Yo, did you just...
Sorry, I gotta go. I'm so sorry.
So next up. Listen, I hope you ain't crack your screen.
It's good. Foolishness, Miss Joni. Foolishness. Y'all know I'm smiling, but I've always wanted to flip a table one time.
And you was about to do it.
I was about to. I'm out.
Yo, I want to let you go, Miss Simone. We got our next, we got our next guest speaker coming up, y'all. This is Miss Charlene. She's a nurse, and and she's going to be talking about careers in healthcare. So if anybody's interested in like careers in healthcare, that's going to be our conversation. Miss Simone, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for
I'll see y'all back right at 11 with Miss Charlene. Have a great weekend, Miss Simone.
you too, Miss Shoni. Eat a crab for me. I love y'all.
Okay. Hey y'all. We are back. Man, such an amazing session with Miss Simone. I was reading y'all comments, some of y'all comments. Y'all are crazy. Y'all are absolutely crazy. But um, but no, we're gonna go ahead get into our next guest speaker, which is Miss Charlene. Let me see.
Good
Hey Miss
morning.
Charlene, good morning. How you doing?
I am just fine.
You in the car? Where you going?
Well, they were giving away Pampers, so I figured I'd go get Pampers for somebody who needs them so that I can pass them on.
That is awesome. Kind-hearted, always doing something for somebody else. I definitely appreciate it.
Yes.
Always. So, well, welcome. I'm excited to have this conversation with you to talk about careers in healthcare and to get into some of that stuff. Before we do though, can you just like introduce yourself to our young people? Just talk a little bit about, just you, how you grew up, and what you went through in terms of, just your background and education.
Okay, so my name is Charlene Harada Womana. I've been a nurse for 19 years. As a young person, it was a little difficult for me because I had people to tell me, you're not college material. What are you going to study when you get older? So I've always told people that I'll be a nurse or a doctor when I get older. Um, I had some challenging times. I lived in Lexington Terrace projects until I was 12. So from birth to 12 years old, we lived at Lexington Terrace projects at 7070 West Saratoga Street. Back in the 60s, it was like being in a neighborhood with your family. Everybody back in the day always say, oh, that's my cousin. That's my aunt there. They really weren't our birth or natural cousins and aunts, but they were what we called back then a family. If we needed anything, we can go to our neighbors, we can get it. It was like, really being a true family here in Baltimore. And it's kind of weird when you go to another state because they be like, well, how that person your cousin? And we be like, we grew up together, we cool. And then when you go to another part of the country, they like, well, our cousins is because of our aunt or something, and here in Baltimore, it's still semi like that now because I still hear the kids calling themselves sisters and brothers, which is wonderful. But for me, we didn't have a lot. My mom, she was collecting public assistance, and what always got me to be such a great student in school was my uncle. He used to come visit us every Saturday, and every Saturday we had to have a report ready for him. And not only that, we could see him coming because we lived on the 10th floor. So we lived in apartment 1004 and 770 building in West Baltimore. So when we would see him pull up on a parking lot, we would run and grab a book. We would be trying to get ourselves together because we know that's what he's coming for. And a lot of back then was more so we read books, we went to libraries, during the day. We kept ourselves busy by playing outside, playing jacks, bat and ball, going to the community centers, making bird houses and ashtrays. So from my recollection and remembering being young, that's what we did. Now you can't take a kid to a community center and say, let's make some bird houses. They gonna look at you like, what? Or
Yeah.
ashtray. But back then in the 60s and the 70s, that's where I found my biggest enjoyment was, going to those recreation centers and enjoying what we were doing. Nowadays, kids they want computer centers. They don't want to be making bird houses. We're now into the computer age, so it has changed a great deal. And when I first graduated from high school, I even though my passion was to become a nurse. So the takeaway that I want kids to know is you can always start off with one career, but you will eventually end up doing another career. So when I first graduated, again, like I said, I went into computers. I did that for about 7 years, but my passion was always into nursing. And I want the kids to understand too, if a teacher or an adult tell you what you cannot do, as long as you have one person in your corner to push you and let you know where you can be great, that's all you need. You don't need a village to push you into a career choice. And for me, I went back to school. I didn't go to college to become an LPN. I went to a career school to become an RN, and I got a diploma. I mean, to become a licensed practical nurse. I got a diploma to do that. So there are career choices that we can do that can still get us closer to our career path.
Okay, so I appreciate you sharing that. So that's important. So I actually kind of have two questions. So the first question is, are you saying that you didn't go to college, you went to a career school?
Yes.
Okay,
To become an LPN here in Maryland, you have to be attached to a college to become a licensed practical nurse. But in other states, you don't have to be. So I went to a program in DC at the YMCA, and they had an LPN course, which was 12-month program. And let me be clear about this. This wasn't like you just go to this career center and you just get accepted into this program. No, you had to take a test, and it was a aptitude test that consists of math, English, reading, and science. So once you pass that career exam that they gave you, and you had to score within a certain range, and then you were accepted to the school. So it wasn't like you just went and applied and they accepted you into the program. It was still within the program. You still went to those classes, like the science classes, the English classes. You went to reading classes. You had your med surg areas. You still had all of those elements that you have in a community college, except for it was in a non-traditional career class school.
yeah. No, that makes sense. And I think that kind of speaks to the fact too, because one of our previous guests has said that, college isn't for everybody. So
hmm
would you recommend a situation like that if a young person felt as though college wasn't for them, but they still wanted like that type of career?
Absolutely, absolutely. For the young people now, if they're interested in getting into nursing, I would really prefer them to go straight for their RN, which is their registered nurse licensure. Um, they have ADN programs, which is a 2-year program, and they also have the bachelor program, which is a 4-year program. Now, my recommendation for a young person that's interested in nursing who can go to a 2-year program, because not to say that a licensed practical nursing position or program will not help sustain you in your education. It's just that our I would say that our academia programs are being more advanced. I've been an LPN for 19 years and I enjoy what I do. And when I go back to speak to young people about going to school, I always tell them to strive for a higher degree. If they're just looking to get into nursing from being a CNA, that is great, because we still need people at different levels in a healthcare career. But if they're really, really passionate about doing nursing, I always let them know that if they started at a registered nurse level, that if they do a 5-year plan, that they could ultimately be sorry, I had to uh Give me 1 minute.
Man, tell them you with us right now.
Well, my battery running low, and now I
Oh
got
my, Miss Charlene, you in the ghetto?
huh?
You in the ghetto, Miss Charlene?
Well, you gotta help the people out here, and you know who I am. I'm always going to do what I have to do, because if you don't get out and do what you have to do, then people aren't gonna, be able to get what they need. So I'm
No,
here.
I get that. I mean, with your phone dying, that's the ghetto. You
Oh,
switching all these seats right now in the car. That's the ghetto.
well, that's all right, because guess what? They say good information you get however you can get it, and I am here to serve these kids.
I
I
know
am
that's
here
right.
to community in any capacity that I can.
Yeah, I know that's right.
So I'm back settled. I turned the car back on, and now we can continue this conversation.
All right, cool. So for people who might not know like some of the acronyms, can you just tell us what the CNA, GNA, because we see that acronym a lot, like get into this program to be a CNA, GNA, or whatever. And you talked about like the different levels. So can you just bring some clarity to those different levels?
Okay, so here in the state of Maryland, in order to become a certified nursing assistant, you have to take a geriatric nursing assistant program first. That geriatric nursing program, it allows you to get the basics of nursing. It teaches you how to care for our elderly patients so that they can be safely taken care of. Then once you take your state certification, because CNAs and GNAs get certified here in Maryland, the GNA allows you to go into the nursing home or long-term facilities and take care of the people there. Then you move on to your CNAs, which is your certified nursing assistants. Certified nursing assistants work in the hospitals where they can be trained to become techs in the ER, which is called nursing techs. The certified nursing assistant generally works on the medical units where they provide the care for the patient while they're in the hospital, and they are a part of a team of healthcare professionals that take care of the people that are there to receive services. Um, it is another level from becoming a CNA and GNA, and that is called a medicine tech. If you have your CNA license for, I believe, 1,000 hours, then you can go back and take another program where you can pass out medications. So that is called a med technician. What that med technician can do is in the long-term care and in the nursing homes, they can pass out medication to the residents, which are not narcotic medications. They're regular medications like Tylenol, blood pressure medicine. So it's not any medication that's going to bring harm to the patient. Once you complete that, if you're still interested in furthering your education, you can become a licensed practical nurse, which is what I am. And a licensed practical nurse takes the NCLEX. So this is the first opportunity that you would get to take a licensure with the state, with the Maryland Board of Nursing, to become a healthcare professional. So as a licensed practical nurse, there are certain responsibilities that you're given that you can care for a patient. And then you go into becoming a registered nurse. The registered nurse level is two different pieces. One is where you become a registered nurse with a 2-year educational background through college, or you can take a 4-year program in nursing, and that is when you become a nurse, a registered nurse with a BSN, which means you'll have a bachelor's of nursing degree. So now most jobs are preferring that the nurse have their bachelor's degree level of education, because there is where you get more of your ethical background. You get more into what is, you get more in-depth education as to how not only to take care of your patients, how to take care of all of the administrative work, how to take care of your team that works with you. So when you going from an LPN to an RN, it is a very high level of nursing, and you get a lot more additional education that you need. Now, the addition to becoming either a licensed practical nurse, a registered nurse, is now more advanced practice. You have nurses that's going into becoming a nurse practitioner, where they can perform duties outside of working at the bedside. So they are out here to help assist physicians in seeing patients and taking over some of their workload, because as we know, it's not many people that are able to go to medical school. So now you can go through the nursing route to become a nurse practitioner, where you can assist the medical professionals in taking care of our growing population. So there is a long road that is very promising that a student that's interested in nursing can take. And becoming a CNA and a GNA is like your beginning stage of knowing whether medicine is truly your passion.
Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. In terms of just like starting salaries, like what would you say is kind of like something that's average? So say like if we have a young person that's thinking about coming out of high school, getting into this healthcare career, like what can they expect to make average, like just starting out?
Okay. Now for CNA, GNA, they generally start between $11 on the low end. On the mid end, they can make $15 an hour. And on the high end, it depends on what industry they go into working. A CNA can make as high as $30 an hour. But that is more in the private sector that
And
they
when
would
you
make
say
that.
private, is that at a hospital or is that you like having like your own contractual situation? You
Okay,
back that
so
up, Miss Charlene.
because when I say $30, they like, yeah, $30. I can do that.
I mean, well,
So
just even when you said 11 something, I was automatically thinking in my mind, that sounds like that person is being underpaid to be in the health anything, because you're putting yourself at risk, you're taking care of somebody else. Why are you anywhere under $20 minimum, bare minimum?
well, for certified nursing assistants, you have to understand that in a GNA, that when they start, they're taking a diploma program, which is a 30-day program, and then they can sit for their certification. So you figure if you taking a GNA, CNA program and it's 30 days, that is not a long time to be efficient at your job. So when you go to school or class to take those, you're learning the basics so that once you get on a job, you'll get experience. So once you get experience, then you can go into making more money. But it's pretty much what you're putting into it.
That makes sense. Cam said, do you personally believe that they should be paid more?
For me, just my personal opinion, I believe that healthcare and the amount of money that all healthcare workers are making, I think they need to revamp that. For me, I feel like a CNA, GNA should be paid coming out of school at least $15 an hour. But when you look at what an LPN makes and you look at what an RN make, people think just because you're a nurse that you're making $90 an hour and you live in large. Being in healthcare, I would hope that people would get into healthcare because they care, and not to get into healthcare because they feel like you make money. It's not about making money. The average LPN starts. Now let me get to you what LPNs make starting. LPNs start with $16 or $17 an hour to start.
You are lying.
No, I'm not. I'm giving you facts.
And this is what you told me that so RN got the bachelor's.
Well, actually,
Sophia,
oh girl, you don't want to know what they start off with. Now, everybody thinks that healthcare workers make a lot of money. Healthcare workers make average money. It's not until we have years of service where we make extra money. Starting off as a new grad, we're just like anyone else. We're making dollars like everyone else. Well, what I could say is, they say that nurses make a lot of money. So if you're a CNA and you're making $11 an hour and a new grad nurse starting off with $24, that seemed like a lot of money. But for a nurse, a new grad RN, registered nurse, who either went to school for 2 years or 4 years, only making $24 an hour as a new grad is not a lot of money. So I'm glad that we're having this conversation today because, I really want to shed some light on different positions that people go into. Now, I'm not going to say that nurse that's making $24 an hour now as a new grad, 2 years from now, she can double her salary because now she has experience. So I want the young people to know you're going to have to start somewhere. And if you want to get to the top, you're going to have to put in the work to get there. It's not an easy road to get there. And it's not undoable to get there. It's doable, but you have to be willing to put in the work.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what hospitals look for and private industries. They look for experience because I'm assuming, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that they think that the more experience you have, the better you are going to be like at the job, and it lessens their risk to like get sued. So like it's lower insurance and things like that kind of help with costs and stuff. Like, is that the idea?
Well, the most, what I would say is the training that you get at school, you have to pay real good attention to. Now, we're talking to high school kids, correct?
We got a mix. So we got some high school kids and we have some kids who are 18 plus.
Okay. So what I really want the kids to know is high school is so important. Just the other day, because where I work, I am a clinical nurse lead and I assist medical assistants with their roles and responsibilities. So I was talking to one of the medical assistants and I referred her back to the element chart. Now, if any of these kids on here, they know the teacher gave you this task for you to learn that element chart for a reason. I am 50 plus and I still have to refer back to that element chart. So I want them to know the element chart will be with you for the rest of your life, whether you are in medicine or not. The element chart is so important to learn, to memorize, to know the difference, to know the compounds and the molecules. All of that is so important this day and age, no matter what career choice you have. So we had to go over the element chart because we were talking about labs that the patients get. Well, sodium is on that element chart. Learn it, know it, you're going to review it. So when people tell you, you don't have to know that because you only have to know it for school. Absolutely not. I've been out of school. Well, I've been out of nursing school for 20 years, but I've been out of high school for 30 plus years. So that element chart is the most important chart that you would want to learn. Now that kids are off from school, they got all the time in the world to learn that element chart. I'm telling you, that element chart will get you through a lot.
Look, I don't even know what element chart you're talking about, Charlene.
Chemistry, I am going to send you that element chart.
Okay.
And we gonna have a lesson on the element chart. Now, I'm not
all
saying
right. I'm
I'm
all right.
I'm not perfect in chemistry, but the
I'm all
element chart is so important.
No, I'm good. Don't worry about me, Miss Charlene. I'm good.
Miss Joni, the students gonna ask you about that chart. Come on now. You know they are. They're gonna say, Miss Joni, what was she talking about? And you don't want to give them the wrong information, do you?
Man, Miss Charlene, they
It's
already
easy.
know. I'm quick to say, look, I don't know. I ain't the person for that. They better get on Miss Kaitlyn academic session or the periodic table. Oh, yeah.
Well, that chart is very important that they know it and they study it because it's going to come back. A lot of what they get in high school will creep back up, and whatever career, the choice that they decide.
Yeah, no, that's good advice. That's good advice.
Yeah.
I want to go back to something that you said earlier, where you said that people were telling you that you weren't nurse material and that you weren't cut out to be in the healthcare field. Can you talk about that a little bit, especially in light of like so many of our young people, like people tell them that, and some of them actually believe that that's the case. But can you just talk about your experience and how you were able to kind of really maneuver around that and basically prove the haters wrong? Not that we got anything to prove, but that's basically what you did. Right.
So when I was younger, I was like what they call a nerd. I wouldn't go around people a lot. I would really be into my books. I was always at home reading, writing, trying to discover some patent material and never got to it. But when I went to school, most of my time spent at school was pretty much making good grades and not socializing with a lot of people. And so when I told one of my teachers that I wanted to go into nursing, and she was like, well, how could you go into nursing when you don't even communicate with the class? You don't interact with other students. I think you should change your career choice. And I was like, why should I change my career choice? She was like, not everybody, is geared up to go to college. And I said, well, I'm going to college and I'm going to get my family from out of poverty and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And she was like, well, then you need to go to a career school class. And then if you want to further your career from there, then you can. I felt like when I was in middle school at Harlem Park Elementary, you would think that they would be more so like, let us find out how we get you money, go to school. I know your family don't have much. And then it almost became a reality. I knew my mom didn't have money to send me to college. So I was like, oh, well, I guess I'm not going to college. So then it started weighing on me like, maybe I need to find something else to do. So that's why when I graduated from high school, well, let's back up a little bit, because when I went to high school, I went to Southwestern, and then Southwestern transported us up to Westside Skills Center. My career goal was to take nursing because they had nursing at Westside. But when I applied, there was no more openings. So they put me in commercial food service. So when my mom was explaining to me, she said, God don't make mistakes. Because my mom was a praying woman. She said, God don't make mistakes. And maybe he felt like you should go into cooking instead of doing nursing. So I went into the culinary institution program. And I knew from my mom in our conversation that I had to make it work. The good part about it was I had a praying mom and a mom that did not care what I went into. All she knew is that I needed a promising career. That was her goal, to make sure that I had. Now, going into commercial food service when you knew you wanted to take a nursing program was a hard decision for me. And it really it really took a lot for me, to take that class and to get through. So I knew I had to study hard, and it didn't matter where I was, because as long as I did what I had to work with good, then I knew I was going to be successful. So I went into this program in commercial food service, and I won first place at Westside Skill Center in cooking at the Skill Center.
Wow.
In cooking back in 1984. Then I went to compete with all of the area schools in the state for cooking. I knew I won first place, but they gave me second place. At that point, at the point of them calling me to get the medal for second place, I was disappointed. But after I got the second place, you would have thought when I came back here to West Baltimore to show the neighborhood, you knew I won first place. A medal in my hand showed all the neighbors that I won first place. So at that point, winning first didn't even matter, because I came home with a medal, and out of those other 15 kids, some of those kids went home with nothing. But for my neighborhood, I won first place, and I came home with a medal. It wasn't until I was in my late 20s that I decided to go get my LPN license. Before then, I had been a CNA for over 12 years.
Wow.
So when I talk to kids and I let them know my journey, I tell them I started at Johns Hopkins Hospital as a secretary at the desk.
What? What? The front desk?
At the front desk.
Wow.
And, people think becoming a nurse and a doctor is so important. What I can tell you is me working the weekends at Johns Hopkins made more than me being a CNA working 8 hours every day.
That's perspective.
Right. So to talk to kids about, healthcare careers, I want them to know, if you think that you're not college material, there's always a job that can place you in a position where you're making the money that you need.
Yeah. And that's important. Ken said, can you talk about your work-life balance? And that's an interesting question, especially since healthcare workers, especially now, seem to be like overstretched and overworked and clearly underpaid with what you're telling me. Like, that's crazy.
And I'm glad we're having this real conversation, because most kids see their parents and their neighbors, and they see nurses in a different light, and they think that nurses is making a lot of money. The reason why our profession seems like we make a lot of money is because of our caring hearts. Because we give off the most caring nature. And believe it or not, nurses over the last 18 years have been rated the most honest profession in the world, I want to say. And I am happy to be a part of that. And not to mention that 2020 is the year of the nurse. I am more excited about that. But we don't nearly make the amount of money that people think. And for the stress, well, let me go to talking about lifestyle balances. For me, and not to say that all nurses feel the way that I feel, but this is just my personal opinion. For me, prayer is what gets me through and help me with my work-life balance. I do meditation in the morning. I do a prayer before I go to work. I pray over my hands each and every day. Just being able to help someone and go home with a clear mind that you did the right thing at work is what keeps me so balanced. Not to mention that this gift that God gave me to go out into the community and care for others is so important. That's what I would say that keeps me life balanced and keep me eager to get up every morning and go to work. Not to mention the volunteer work that I do outside of work.
Wow. 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 Oh my gosh. Can you talk to us a little bit about your experience in the healthcare field, like now with Rona basically taking over the world and with all the news coverage and things like that? Like, number one, it really is showing that, healthcare professionals are the true heroes of this situation. But can you take us behind the curtains a little bit? Like, what is it really like right now in the profession?
Oh, well, for me, I would say that if any person is having a problem with what's going on, that they should reach out to healthcare workers to find out what to do. You have people saying, do I wear something on my face when I go out? Don't I wear something? In the hospitals now here in Maryland, yes, we are wearing masks there for our protection and our patients' protection. It was a news conference made by the governor that when you go outside of your house, you should cover your face as well. And yes, we should be practicing that. It is a lot of unclarity in our state. How many days ago was that? I believe it was a week ago. They said that at 8 p.m. that they were hoping that people would stay in their house. For me, I am still uncertain to what that means. I think they should do another conference, because are you saying every day we should be in the house by 8? Or are you saying a week ago when you said be in the house at 8, are you telling people to stay off the street? Because it is a little confusing to me, as well as I know a lot of people around the world. When you say stay in the house at 8 p.m., are you saying for us to make sure we home at 8 every night? Or are you saying stay in the house since then? It's very confusing. But for me, I do wear my mask when I am out. I am sitting in a car. If I was to get out of the car, you would see me put on a regular face mask that I have with me. And I can't find it, but it's in my pocket. But I will wear this mask when I get out of my car. Yes, it is people making masks, or if the kid could get some material and make their own mask, that would be a nice activity for them to do at home. But what I would do is I would protect myself as much as possible. Now, when I'm in a house with my family, I do not wear a mask because I am home with my family. I have not been visiting too many people. When they say don't go into a group of more than 10, when on the news, when they talk about you have one person who have it and they spread it to 3. So these kids know math, I know. And see, that's why I say pay attention at school, because math come in good handy. They say every one person will spread it to 3. So if you have 10 people in a room and each one of those 10 people have it and they spread it to 3 people, then that's how it constantly spread.
Mm.
And for me, I like to talk about things elementary so that everybody can get the concept. Because not everybody understand when they say just 10 people, because you can spread it. But when I tell you it's 10 people in a room and every one person, if they have it, will spread it to 3 people, then you understand the analogy.
Yeah.
So with that being said, I would recommend that our young people who are out in a community, who should be home with their families, getting to know family. That's what we did when we were younger. And that's how we were able to be a community and taking a village to raise a kid, because we were in our communities And they were helping us learn math. They would send us to the store. Well, how much change you bring back? Did they give you the right money? You know, my niece, she's still out mingling with her friends like ain't nothing going on. And I told her the other day, if you're mingling with your friends, you need to wear a mask. What am I wearing a mask for, Aunt Charlene? This is not real. And I tell my patients, if you see me in a mask, you wear one too.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
means if you see any healthcare professional with a mask on, you put one on too. I know they say monkey see, monkey do. That's what we doing now. Monkey see, monkey do.
Monkey
If I
see,
wear a
monkey.
mask, you wear a mask. Let's stop the spread of this so we can get back to our normal lives.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Jan said, are you scared? I think that's a valid question, especially for people in the healthcare profession where you're dealing with other people when you got to be in the hospitals. Like, are you afraid?
I can say for me, I'm not afraid. And the reason being is because I am a child of God. And I believe that God is not going to put more on me than I can bear. Do I have a little fear at times? Yes. Do I show that fear? Sometimes I do. For the most part, I took an oath to care for people. Um, I took an oath to show people that I am really into medicine, into really caring for them and about them, that I pray. When I get like I'm closed into a corner or if I get worried, I sit and I meditate. I take a step back from my work and I go and I meditate and I pray. For people who have other beliefs or other things that they do when they're stressed, I would prefer that they do that. Um, I really have faith in the medical profession that they are going to find um, a lifestyle balance for us. So me having that confidence that our scientists, that our medical professionals are working daily at this. And the other thing for me to see all of the pharmaceutical companies working together for this pandemic speaks volume, because from my knowledge, what I noticed is that these pharmaceutical companies work in their silos. But to see these pharmaceutical companies working as a team is what making me feel more confident and comfortable that the healthcare team and working with the doctors, the nurses, the scientists, are gonna find lifestyle balances for us. And that's why it's so important for me to send in to come to speak to the HeartSmile group, is because I want them to know that them getting the education that they deserve and coming out to strengthening the healthcare community is in their future is in our hands. Because in order to continue healthcare running and having scientists and having healthcare professionals that can take care of people out here and are efficient at what they do is so important to me.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's very important. Definitely a valid point. Um, just overall, like the culture of like healthcare and in the hospitals, do you think the general feeling is that people are afraid and that people really don't see like vision or direction? Like, what would be your perspective on that?
I think that people are afraid because they feel like they're not being told the truth.
Hmm.
I think people are fearful because they are fearful of the unknown. Um, I think for me, I hope that this bring prayer back in school. Um, I hope that when this pandemic is over, that these kids get the opportunity to share their feelings. I hope that we all as a nation become closer to one another and give out the same information across the board, and not be so quick to give out information on a professional level, but to know that there is people out here that don't have an education level past the 3rd grade that are not understanding this. And when they give out that information, I am happy to see that they have an interpreter, but I would hope that they would speak in layman terms for those folks who don't understand. Because for me, in explaining things to my patient in the community that I serve, I give it to them in 2 languages, the professional language and the layman term language, to be sure that they understand. And I want our kids to know that their future lies in our hands to educate them.
Yeah, no, that's powerful. Cam said we need some mental health services when we go back to school. Do you, what's your perspective on that?
Yes, and I want Cam to know that me, Charlene Harada Womana, the nurseologist, is going to be trying to get at the table to talk about that. Because not only will our young generation need it, our older generation will need it as well. Most kids think parents have all the answers, and we don't. More parents will need to be educated so that they can educate their kids as well. But I think as a country, we will all need some type of additional treatment to get us through this. Preferably, I think that the school system will be putting something in place because they understand that kids' brains are really thinking about this pandemic. They've never experienced it, and some adults have never experienced it. Although I have experienced a lot of it with Ebola and H1N1. So I've been through a couple of these pandemics, and you know, this is new for a lot of people and a lot of different generations. But if you have the opportunity as a student to be at home and research some of these pandemics and older epidemics that happen, then maybe that will help you get through this a little better. They have access to the internet at home. I would say try to do some research while you're at home and focus on what happened before and how they were able to get control of some of the other epidemics that has happened in the United States. And maybe that will bring some comfort to them to know what the scientists are doing. Start investigating these scientists that are out doing the work so that when you go and talk to your friends and they say, oh, well, the scientist said, no, find out what that scientist's name is. Start speaking that into your friends. Tell them, oh no, that wasn't just a science. That was Dr. Rowe who said that comment. Start speaking about the people who are out here doing these studies and helping with coming up with a solution. Start speaking their names. So then that person won't be a person. They will be spoken as a name. Write that person. Friend them on Facebook. Ask them questions. Go on LinkedIn. I think that your students that you're training, I think they should have a LinkedIn account. Put them on LinkedIn. Let them interact with professionals on a professional, platform where they can ask those critical questions that they have.
Yeah, hey, man, that's a good point. I love it. This question is definitely a powerful question, very controversial, but you know what? It's real. We got to ask it.
Yeah.
Do you agree with how the president dealt with this pandemic, and what would you have changed?
For the president of the United States, my view on a president is When someone is in control of a country, until you are placed in his position, you don't know what your outcome would be. Although some of us are not comfortable with the person that has been chosen to lead our country, we still don't know what we would do if we were placed in his position. He's given a lot of information that we're not privy to. He controls our country with a lot of cabinets who makes those decisions as well. And being in the limelight as a president is a very challenging position to have. Do I think ethically he should be giving us information in a better context? Yes. Will I ever talk down on a person in that statute? No, because I don't know what I would do being given the instructions that he is given to run our country. So with that being said, what I can do as being a citizen of the United States is voice my opinion as to what I think I deserve, and my opinion counts. Whether I share it in social media or share it with my friends, it really does count what my position is. Now, with this pandemic, I am not comfortable with all of the information that I am given, but as far as protecting myself and a community that I took an oath to protect, I am going to do it at the best of my ability.
No, that is a nice neutral way to handle that question. Far better than I could have handled it, because I would have never been able to have that much grace. But I respect and appreciate you for that one. I would have never been able to do that. Great.
But what I would expect for the president after this is over, I challenge him to invite some high school kids to his cabinet to discuss this pandemic, and for him to hear the voice of our future generation. I challenge him with that task.
Yeah, no, that's good. What if you are trying to give people the information and they won't accept it? Like, what would you do for that friend?
For that friend, like I said, we will talk layman terms. I don't care if I had to cut up apples and oranges and grapes and mix them all together and say, okay, we're going to pull an apple out of this bag, and then I want you to pull out 3 grapes, and I'm going to show you how one person can spread something to 3 people, and how adding those 3 people and them 3 people spreading it to one of their own, and how those branches work, so that they can get a clear understanding of this pandemic that is so widely spread and important to our future.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about flu and how people should get immunized for flu, and still people don't. You know, but for this pandemic, it is much broader than just flu and colds. So you know how they say, well, I'm gonna say it like this. You know how when a 12-year-old have a 3-year-old cousin, sister, or brother, and they have a runny nose, they say, "Get away from me, you're contagious." And they don't even want to wipe their sister or brother nose. It's the same thing. So would you rather catch a cold from your sister or brother, or would you rather catch it from a stranger? They don't want it from their sister and brother. So if you don't want this from a stranger, then you wash your hands. You use hand sanitizer. You cover your face when you go out in the community. And that's just how I say it to people. And when they say, "You mean to tell me if somebody blow their nose, I have to use my hand to wipe their nose?" Yes, me as a healthcare provider in the hospital with my personal protective equipment, I have to do these tasks. You know, long as I have on my PPE that you will hear most healthcare professionals talk about, which is our personal protection equipment, we can do these tasks.
I could never. I
Well,
could never.
Joni, I'm gonna
God
say
bless y'all.
never say never. Just say you don't want to be in that position, but never say never.
God bless y'all. The world
Well,
needs y'all. Man, this time went so fast. This conversation was so great. I appreciate you so much. If you could leave us with one jewel, what jewel would you leave us with?
I would leave you with a jewel. I consider myself as a nurseologist, which is a nurse that's always studying. So I will leave this with you. If you really have a caring heart, how better yet to strengthen healthcare here in Maryland than to become a healthcare professional?
I love it. I love it. Great way to end. Thank you so, so much, Miss Charlene. I really, really appreciate you. This was amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes, and I want to thank you. I want to thank all of your HeartSmiles students. I want to thank all the people that are listening today. And if you ever need me again, I'm willing to come or come on this platform and share some more information, because I see that Cam had a lot of questions. And
Oh,
Cam,
yeah.
and I'm going to have to try to answer those questions or get the resources to answer those questions. And I'm willing to come on anytime that you need me. It does not matter. If I'm at work, I will take my lunch break. Like I went out today to get Pampers for people. I will do whatever I have to do in order to strengthen healthcare here in our city.
Yes, I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Miss Charlene. Cam just asked me, how did I meet you, man? The same Miss Bree was just on here talking about network. And I tell them all the time when I first started HeartSmiles, like I knew that I had to network with people, and you were one of the people that I networked with and had you in my network. And
Right.
that's just how it went down. And you've been a
God
blessing.
said Joni
And I
had a
appreciate it.
need. God said Joni had a need, and He placed us in the same place at the right time.
Look, that's what it is. Thank you so much, Miss Charlene. I'll see you next time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All
Bye.
right.
House.
Y'all, such an amazing conversation, such a powerful conversation. I love having people on that can contribute value and just something different. Like it's always good to hear different perspectives. And Cam, that question was so important. Like, how did I meet her? That's how I met a lot of people. Putting myself in those spaces to build up my network. And, I can't say it enough that your network is truly your net worth. Like, it don't matter how much money you got in the bank for real. Like, if you can't call somebody and get something done, your money in the bank don't matter. Like, if people need a job, whatever I got in the bank ain't going to be able to get nobody a job. I need to be able to call somebody that can hire somebody. And sometimes when we need certain things to happen or certain things to move, it don't matter how much money you got. You got to be able to call somebody. And that's why I tell you guys, building up your network is so, so, so important. But so we got Miss Mo coming at 12 o'clock. So I'll see y'all back in 2 minutes. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, Miss Mo. I know,
Hey.
Janae, that was good. This is what we do, man. You've been missing out while you was in your coffin, man. I'm glad you out because this is what we do. Yeah, can we definitely need to do more of that. And y'all know what I'm thinking? Since y'all seem to like these health people, I'm gonna see if I can get somebody from the NICU to come and talk, the neonatal intensive care unit. Y'all know that's where my mom retired from. And I think it would be nice, it would be very interesting to have a conversation with them taking care of those babies and stuff. So yeah. Miss Mo.
Hey.
Ah, how you doing?
Good. How are y'all? Well, yeah.
Good,
And y'all.
good. Can't complain at all. It's Friday.
It's Friday,
I'm
y'all.
so happy, yo. I never used to care about Fridays. I never used to care about Fridays. I care about Fridays now.
I mean, you're doing a whole lot, Miss
Yo,
Jones. You're
I'm
doing
doing
a
a
whole lot.
whole
So it
lot
makes a lot
Monday
of
through
sense.
Friday,
I
yo.
hate when my screen freezes. What kind of stuff is this?
You in the ghetto.
I'm not though.
Get out
Maybe
the
I am a
ghetto.
little
Yeah.
bit.
Can't
A
say
little
where
bit.
you smile at, Miss Mo. I know, man. She came on here all angry.
I wasn't angry. I wasn't angry.
Got
I was probably just focusing on something because my settings always play me. It's fine. I'm smiling now, y'all.
no, yes, TGIF. I never used to understand that. I get it now.
Yeah.
I apologize to everybody I used to crack on. I get it
why
now.
why is Friday? So why do you get it now, Miss Joni? Let's talk about it. Why do you get it now?
I get it now because I see how hectic but the Monday through Friday situation can be. I never had that type of situation. Before this, like it didn't matter what day of the week it was. Like my days were pretty much kind of like the same,
Yeah.
and I had complete control over, basically how my day would be structured and what I would be doing. Like, uh, this is probably the most, even when I was in corporate America, the most where it's like, you gotta be somewhere at a certain time
Welcome
till
to
a
our
certain
world.
time, and that's it. Like, yo,
Welcome to our world of the 9 to 5 people.
yeah, yeah.
Us
Like,
little people.
nah, it's just sad. Like, yo, I get it.
Yeah.
TGIL. Can't say we be needing breaks. It be overwhelming sometimes. I know, man. I know. I
That's why
know.
we be taking naps, Miss Joni. See, that's why people be needing naps sometimes. Little power naps, little snack breaks. It's a long time. I'm just saying. You ain't
I,
gotta look like that. I'm just saying.
I ain't say all that.
Well, I mean, Cam said, we be needing breaks. You need like a little, even if you take like 5 minutes to yourself, like you need a little
Oh
catch up
yeah. I mean,
time.
like 5 minutes. Yeah. You
Yeah.
said a nap. Like I don't know no 5 minute nap.
And well, you don't have to take naps. I'm just giving examples. Just an example. Snack break, nap, breathing break. The examples.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we're good, but it's all good because I'm gonna practice some self care. I'm gonna give me some crabs.
Okay. That's
Mm-hmm.
crafts. Are you
Yeah.
getting everybody crafts?
No, just me.
Okay. All right. Well,
We on quarantine.
I tried. You can't say I didn't try though. You can't say I didn't try though. You right.
We on quarantine. Cam taking a nap from 1:30 to 2. I heard that.
Cam got a schedule every day. And I'll be looking at Cam's schedule every day. I'll be like, ooh, her schedule better than mine.
Cam on beach, y'all. I wish that I had what she got at her age. You know how much
Yeah.
further in life I would be by now?
Same, honestly. How were the sessions this morning? I
Oh,
didn't I
great.
caught 5 seconds. So I don't know nothing.
Oh, no, so Miss Simone's session was absolutely amazing. So she brought one of her friends, PhD student, Miss Bree. So she was on, she absolutely killed the game. And then Miss Charlene came on, and that was really nice too. Just talking about like just healthcare as a career option and like the different stuff. And like the biggest takeaway for me was that is them people are severely underpaid for what they do. Like that's crazy. She said somebody was making like 11 something an hour. I'm like, huh? Excuse me? Like how? Like that's crazy. That's and especially for somebody like me, like coming from corporate America, I had people who were frontline people who was making like minimum around like 40 or 50,000 or something like that. You know, like that's minimum. Like what's all this 11 stuff? Like, what are you? What language is that?
There are levels. It's hierarchy too. So like, I mean, of course you have the doctors and stuff, but then you have like, you know, techs, and you have like people that work at the front desk and stuff. Like they don't all make the same. Like, I mean, I'm sure she talked about it, but
Yeah, no, she did. She did. And she started at the front desk, which I thought was interesting.
yeah, so it is, man. You
Yeah,
never
man.
know. You never know until you get somebody that can actually like talk about it, you know, from their perspective, is actually working in it. So
Yeah.
yeah. What are they talking about in here? I wonder if people could do their own nurse practices.
Mhm.
What you
I
mean,
think that's what
Ken?
she talked about with when she said private industry. So
Okay.
like separate from like the hospitals and institutions and stuff like that, like people can have like their own private practices. So like for example, you can be a contractor, right? And instead of you being employed by somebody, people can contract you to go and perform that skill. So I'm thinking like nursing homes, um, foster care like situations, maybe even like shelter homes, where you can be work as like a contractor and have just like your own private thing going on. Or if you really wanted like a practice built out where like you own it, you could have other healthcare professionals that work in your office for you. Because I know a lot of sub-medical people do that. So like they'll have like a dentist office where you got like, 6 or 7 dentists who have their own practice in their one office. So I think there's a lot you can do with it once you get it.
All right, that sounds good. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that because y'all know I'll be trying, but it'll be always working out that I can watch it live. But okay,
Yeah,
cool.
it's all good. You will like it. Hey, Jordan.
Hey, Jordan. Hey, y'all. Just in general, that encompasses everybody. Hey, y'all. So I don't gotta say names. But nah. Hey, Cam, Lene, Jordan. That's all I see right now. So hey, y'all. We're gonna talk about self-efficacy today. And so I have like a couple of things that I can put up on the screen just to kind of like see what I'm talking about. Yeah, I know.
Yay!
Here we go. Okay.
Yay!
All
Yo,
right.
this your first time sharing your screen with us.
No, it's not. It's not. It's my second time. The first time was a fail. If you recall, I think everybody recalls the first time that I shared my screen, but nobody was paying attention to that because nobody could hear. Everybody was paying attention to me being asleep. But
Oh, yeah, that ain't count.
That don't count.
That was a sleep session. That was a sleep session. Yeah, no.
Oh my God. Anyway, all right. So let's get this together. And in my defense, I couldn't even share my screen the first week we did this because like settings or whatever. But hopefully it works today. We'll see.
Yeah, put some sauce on this session today.
Not sauce.
Yeah.
Y'all know I don't know how to do this, right? Okay. So we're going to talk about, like I said, self-efficacy, which is like a part of the social cognitive theory. And I don't know, does it only show Word documents? I can't see mine.
I don't see nothing. Did you hit the thing that say share screen?
Because it's not giving the screen that I need to share. It's not giving me. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm old, apparently, and don't know how to work things.
Old time, you still a youth. Talking about you old. Hey, yo.
Apparently, yeah, but apparently, I don't know how to work that.
Yeah.
Listen, let me tell you. Miss Joni plays me every day, y'all.
Only because it's Friday, yo.
She played me every day, y'all. Okay, here we go.
Yo, did you hear that Pennsylvania shut their schools down so far?
No, I didn't hear that. But I mean, I feel like a lot of those states are choosing to do that one by one.
Yeah, I'm like, man, if they do that, that means we're gonna have to do this till June.
You said what? What you say? Oh,
crazy, y'all.
I'm sorry. You know, I can't help these connection issues. I apologize. But yeah, no, we're gonna be doing this for a while. So get set. Get ready. Get your endurance up.
Yeah, this one got something on the screen for us, y'all. Look at this.
I feel like I'm being played. All right, so like I said, we're gonna be talking about self-efficacy, which is part of the social cognitive theory. Just in like kind of looking this up and knowing, and seeing it kind of like in my coursework like a few years back, social cognitive theory like varies. Like people will talk about it in different ways and add certain things, but I like this graphic because I think it's very relevant. And it's just like, it's colorful, it's simple, and it's straight to the point. Whereas some of the other graphics, it was just like a bunch of words and some of them didn't make sense to me. And I was just like, no, it's not fair if it doesn't make sense. So in this particular model, it has self-evaluation, which is defined by this model as the process of a person cognitively comparing their performance to a desired performance needed to achieve their goal. Self-observation, the cognitive process of a person observing and monitoring themselves as they work towards their goal. So just kind of like keeping like a mental record of what they're doing. Self-reaction, the cognitive process a person goes through in which they modify their behavior based on the evaluation.
Said the word's not clear.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. Can you make it a little bigger? See if that's better. Yeah.
Yeah, but
can let her know if that's better if she blow it up.
Can you see that? Can you see that? I feel like that might be a little bit better, hopefully. I think that's better. Can you see that, Joni? Oh, now I can't hear y'all. I can't hear you.
My bad. That's because I was on mute. But no, I said it looks perfect on my laptop, but on my okay, it looked better on the monitor because it's like a 10-second delay. So when the monitor, it don't come up right when it come up on the laptop. But this looked better. Can let me know? Yeah, Can said she can see now. It looked better. Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. So self-reaction, the cognitive process a person goes through in which they modify their behavior based on their evaluation of their progress towards their goal. And then the one we're going to talk about today, an individual's belief in his or her capacity to execute behaviors necessary to produce specific performance attainments. So these particular areas, if y'all want to talk about the other areas more, I'm more than welcome to kind of, I guess, do a like mini series on this if you want to. But like I said, we're just gonna focus on that last one today. So I'm gonna switch. Well, no, I'm gonna keep this up for now, and then I'm gonna switch to another one. But all right. So did it change? Did it change screens? I can switch screens and this screen is still up, right? Okay, great.
Yeah, you can, but yeah, it's the same one right now.
Cool. So so self-efficacy is like believing basically in yourself and trusting in yourself. So and then it transfer into like you being able to succeed. So trusting in yourself that you can succeed and that you can attain certain goals. So yeah, and it's different from like self-confidence because that can sound like confidence in yourself, but it's different because self-efficacy focuses more on the success part versus like with confidence is very broad. Like self-confidence is very broad. So you can be confident that you will fail. And that's not what self-efficacy self-efficacy focuses on. It focuses that you will succeed and that you will, achieve the goals that you're trying to achieve. And I just think it's very relevant right now because like a lot of people are in places and times, especially where there may be setbacks, where you think that you can't achieve your goals, or you think that you can't get that job, or you think that you can't, do certain things. But self-efficacy focuses on you being able to do those things. So I think it's important. So I'm going to switch my screen, y'all. I'm gonna try to switch it and see how that works.
Oh, you got all the good graphics today.
Anyway, anyway.
Yo, heavy on the Mac sauce. I love it.
Anyway, so well, wait, that ain't it. Yeah, so there are four sources of self-efficacy. And this model is just kind of like mapping out those things. So we have performance outcomes, verbal persuasion, vicarious experiences, and physiological feedback. And so I'm gonna start with the kind of performance outcomes, but it can also be called like mastery or focusing on like you doing a task well. So so it's like you succeed in a task and it boosts your confidence, so it increases the chance that you'll try that task again and that you'll keep doing that task. And it also focuses on coming back from a failure. So like you fail, you learn from that failure, and then you keep moving forward and you keep trying to succeed, and you keep trying to take the necessary steps to still reach your goals. um and this kind of section also focuses on like easy successes. So like some people are focused on getting that quick dollar, that quick gratification, and they're focused on completing things quickly. And that can be misleading in this particular area because it tells you that Like, let's say you're just naturally good at something, and so you're used to things coming easy to you. You're used to things kind of just flowing for you. This section uh, will kind of humble you, because it's like, all right, you need to focus on your failures, you need to move past them, and you need to recognize that just because this thing comes easy to you now does not mean it's always going to come easy to you. Um, and that you need to be able to master that particular skill in all different types of situations. So this particular graphic says positive and negative experiences can influence the ability of an individual to perform a given task. If one has performed well at a task previously, he or she is more likely to feel competent, and perform well at a similarly associated task. So again, you do a thing, you do well at the thing, you succeed at the thing, you're more likely to do it again. And if there any, if there are any questions, of course, always drop them. And if you want particular examples of those, then I'll do my best to give examples. Um, the next one is that we can talk about is verbal persuasion. And we can just think of that as overall persuasion. So this particular graphic says, self-efficacy is influenced by encouragement and discouragement pertaining to an individual's performance or ability to perform. So basically, like, you're focusing on influential people that have like you're focusing on people that have direct influence over your life. So these people are normally your mentors, or like the people that you have some type of interaction with on a regular basis. And so they speak life into you, they encourage you, they they're in an environment that is productive to you, and they ask you, questions about your goals, and they directly influence you. So it focuses on kind of like the positive like talk, and people telling you that they believe in you. Um so that is that section. Um so performance outcomes, or mastery, if you want to talk about it, we're mastering the thing, we succeed at the thing, we're more likely to we're more likely to try the thing again. Verbal persuasion is having people around you and a support system around you that speaks life into you. um Vicarious experience, which also can be called like social modeling, that is also kind of talking about role models, but you don't have to have direct contact with these people. You don't have to, talk to these people all the time. These can be people that you look up, that you like maybe follow, on Instagram, or you follow their journey, that have similar goals as you and have succeeded in those goals. So an example there could be like, if y'all want to be like Miss Joni, like, well, maybe actually Miss Joni's not an example because a lot of y'all have contact with Miss Joni. But maybe, I don't know, Michelle Obama. We don't know Michelle Obama. But a lot of women, especially a lot of Black women especially, look up to her because of her influence, because of her intelligence, because of her grace and her poise. And so that would be somebody that you look up to, that is achieving similar things, that looks like you, that you can relate to. And that would be like that vicarious experience, or social modeling, if you want to talk about it that way. And then the physiological feedback, or we can just call that emotion, or like your regular like bodily functions, that focuses on just kind of keeping your emotions in check, your negative emotions, being able to push those out with positive behaviors, and then focusing on those positive behaviors and building on those positive emotions. Um, so yeah, that's pretty much like those things. So these things directly influence your self-efficacy. They directly influence the trust that you have in yourself to succeed. Um, so any questions, concerns, um, anything that I can explain better that wasn't necessarily clear?
You don't have any questions in the chat yet, but I do have a question about the vicarious experience.
Mhm.
So is that something that they consider in like the school system? Like, is that where that whole idea of young people need to see people who look like them and come from where they come from in order to help them like be more successful in life? Like, is that a part of that? Part of their
Exactly.
model?
Yeah, no, exactly. So, yeah, and that's actually kind of like probably, I don't want to say right now, it's like my favorite section, because I think that seeing people that look like you, especially doing the things that you want to do, have great influence. And I think people underestimate the influence that has, especially over students, especially over young people. So yeah, exactly what you just said, that's what that is. Um, so yeah. And a lot of people think that they can just put anybody in like um, a role model place or like a mentor place or whatever, and then that'll just automatically, make students or children or young people better. And that's like coming from a savior mentality, and I'm not really a fan of that. So yeah, exactly.
Mhm. And what's your perspective on the performance outcomes? Because I must have read it at least like 10 times now. And I get how they say at the beginning that both positive and negatives, kind of shape that experience, but it doesn't say anything more about negative experiences afterwards. So could you give just your perspective on how negative experiences such as, failures or coming up short, like how that plays into that particular key?
Yeah, so the 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 purpose of mentioning the negative experiences are that you will experience these negative things that happen, and that you'll become better from them, and that you'll learn from those experiences. So and I'm trying to like think of an example like personally for me, but um there's something I'm going through like right now, y'all, and I really wish I could talk about it, but I can't. But not yet.
Don't y'all hate when people do that?
I know. But I had to say it because I was like, I really want to, like, it's burning in me, but I really can't say anything right now.
Wow.
But I know.
Wow.
But I'm really trying to think of an example. So, Ms. Joni, can you think of a time where you failed?
Yeah, all the
And
time.
and as a result, as a result, you became better from that thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I would probably say like definitely my whole like first year of business. Like I didn't make a single dime. Like I didn't make any money at all. And yeah, we always say that you don't want to lead with money because money isn't the why, it isn't the reason why you do things. But when you are a person like me who starts your business late in life after you've already established yourself in life, you got real bills to pay and real responsibilities. So, while the money isn't the reason, you need the money to still kind of live. So it was a lot of things that I did wrong, especially when it came to trusting people in the beginning. Like I trusted people who I thought were good community people who I thought really cared about young people and, really cared about helping Baltimore, when in actuality, they did not at all. And yeah, I went through a whole lot of bull crap that I could have avoided. I mean, I'm thankful for the experience, especially now looking back on it, but I wasn't thankful when I was going through it because I'm just like, yo, like, it's literally lives at stake right now. So yeah, bunch of failures.
Yeah. And thank you for sharing that. And so that's kind of what that area is kind of talking about. Like, you don't let your negative experience, you don't harp on your negative experience, you don't focus on those negative experiences, and you don't stop them from you taking the next step. I fail I feel a lot, y'all. And the reason like I couldn't really think of an example is because the one example was like kind of overarching everything. But I'm gonna talk about like right now. Kind of like I fail, and like maybe y'all don't see it. I don't know if you do or not, but I feel like I fail with my session, right? So I'm not saying like, oh, it's a mess, it's a train wreck, da 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 da, but I'm definitely like learning. I've never done this before, y'all. I've never done anything like this on this kind of scale. Um, I have I went from like not teaching anything at all to having like not even teaching, but not facilitating anything at all to having something Monday through Friday for an hour every day. And I'm like, okay. And so as a result, I'm learning like things. So like I feel like I have to incorporate more graphics, right? Because y'all can't just look at me and Miss Joni all day. And I even like have looked back at a couple of my sessions and I'm like, oh, I don't even want to watch this. And I'm like, I don't even like, maybe the content is there. And maybe it's not. I think sometimes my content was underdeveloped. And so I'm trying to, have more just examples and more information in my sessions. I
I feel
want,
like that's a good example.
why
Because
not?
because your sessions aren't a failure. That's not a
I'm
fail.
saying they're not a
So
fail. I'm saying that
you over critiquing yourself. That's all of that is. You being extra hard, and you being one of them right now, where you extra hard on yourself. All your sessions have been great. People have walked away from your sessions learning something. And like with that being the goal in mind, you can't ever call that a failure. Yeah, there are plenty of things that a lot of us can do differently to make these sessions more impactful, more valuable, and with something so new, because we all got thrown into this thing. With something so new, it's a whole lot of learning and growing. And like we're going to be tripping, laughing at ourselves next year, or maybe even a couple of months from now, at how crazy these videos look now. But with something like this, like no, you got to come with a failure. This ain't no failure, yo. Now, if kids was coming complaining, like yo, Miss Mo sessions is extra, extra dry. It's just a mess. It's a waste of an hour. Okay. Okay. We might look at that as a failure, but no, I'm not gonna let you put failure on your sessions. I just can't. That ain't right.
I mean, it says negative experiences. It don't necessarily say failure, but that's fine. All right. Well, we can come back to that then, and then I'll have something at the end of the session of what would be a negative experience. Um. So yeah. So y'all, these are the things that directly influence self-efficacy. Um, and so we're gonna talk about kind of like what high self-efficacy looks like, what low self-efficacy looks like, how you can use some of these strategies, being students, because I actually do kind of have those examples. And also just how to build self-efficacy. So what high self-efficacy looks like, what low self-efficacy looks like, building self-efficacy and strategies that you can use in school. So I can keep this up just so that y'all can like keep it as a reference, and I'll just kind of talk through the rest of this stuff. So um all right. So what does low self-efficacy look like? So if you're avoiding taking challenges and avoiding taking new journeys and stepping into, new things because you're afraid or because you're experiencing fear, that's low self-efficacy. If you just honestly think that you're incapable of of completing tasks, that is low self-efficacy. Flaking out on your commitments or not committing at all to anything. So like some people that like have those commitment issues, that's not a reflection on another person or like their environment or other experiences. That may be a reflection on themselves. Like they may not trust in themselves, and they may not love themselves all the way, and they may not just believe in themselves all the way. If you just like lose interest in activities that you may be a part of, so like let's say you just you're participating in like on an event planning committee or whatever, and you get overwhelmed, you just like, you know what, I'm not even good at this. You don't even have to tell yourself you're not good at it. You just stop doing it because you're just like, nope, I can't do it, so I'm just not. And then all of a sudden you don't have the event or whatever, then that is like the low self-efficacy. If you expect results or success with little effort, so you say you want something, you say you want to achieve this goal, but you're not doing anything to achieve this particular goal. You're expecting it just to fall in your lap. You're expecting people to just give things to you, which is not realistic. That's low self-efficacy. If you and then like a person, this kind of person will always tell you what they can't do. They'll always tell you what they're afraid of. They'll always have a hard time recovering from failure. So what they may perceive as failure, or what they're actually like failing at. And then so a person with high self-efficacy, goal oriented, does things that they like, and they like to seek to master new skills. They like to constantly learn. They like to constantly have, growing experiences. They have realistic expectations for themselves. So they have a goal, they're willing to work to that goal. They're effective planners a lot of times. So they'll be able to list those goals out, list those steps out, take each one of those steps, and take those plans and then use them to create their goals. They don't expect things to be handed to them. Even when things are handed to them, they don't expect it. And they're just like hard workers. They look at the bigger picture, and don't focus on those little setbacks. Don't focus on those failures that they may be experiencing. They look at the bigger goal. They look at the bigger purpose, and they keep working towards that. They make plans, not complaints. So this kind of person is not a complainer. They will not be like, oh, I can't, oh, I won't. They're not whiners. They're just like very like straight to the point. They're very like just not focused on like complaining. They're not focusing on the things that are going wrong. And they recognize that failure is a part of their journey and use those as teaching moments. They do not rely on it as a personal shortcoming. So they don't think that like they don't think that they're just like a bad person, or they don't think that they just like lack in certain areas. They see like, okay, I did this thing, I failed at this thing. What can I learn? What can I learn to not do it again? And then they recognize that they're gonna keep on failing, but that they'll gain a greater like knowledge from those failures. And yeah, kind of how that works. So kind of think about like that scale, right? So think about the examples that I gave for low self-efficacy. Think about the examples that I gave for high self-efficacy, and kind of see where you fall. I'm not sure where most people fall. I feel like some people may fall in between also. So you may not have high or low. You may have some in the middle. You may have qualities of both of what I described. I personally think that I fall somewhere in the middle. Um, and it's I don't know. It's interesting. Miss Joni, where do you think that you fall?
I mean, if I got the idea of this thing right, and the idea is that this determines like your belief on like whether or not you can do something,
Mhm.
and I would say whatever the highest one is, because like for me, like that's always number one. So even if you think about, you know, just like my personal story, like I didn't have the education or the experience to do what I'm doing. I just had a commitment that this was something that I needed to do, something that I wanted to do. And I just went out and did it. So for me, like I would definitely say that it's high. Like I've never believed that it was anything other than yourself that stops you from getting something done or from doing something that you really want to do.
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad you said that. And I'm good because that means that you're kind of because I would agree that that's where you are, like the high, like whatever the highest level of is, I feel like that's where you are. So I'm glad that you said that.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, and that's not a brag or nothing like that, you know.
no,
And I don't think it's nothing special about me. It's just I'm going to do what I'm saying I'm going to do, either on a high level or low level. It don't matter. If I say I'm going to sweep the floor, I'm going to sweep the floor. If I say I'm going to fly an airplane, yo, I'm going to fly an airplane. That's just it.
no, I'm actually glad that you mentioned that, like, you're not gonna brag about it. You're not gonna be conceited about it. So people who have high self-efficacy, they are not braggers. They can be conceited, but I feel like the person with the highest level of self-efficacy won't find the need to brag, won't find the need to be conceited, because whatever that they're achieving, whatever, goals that they're trying to achieve, they'll just show you. And that's what kind of comes out in this whole idea of self-efficacy anyway. Even if you like take time to look it up on your own, these people are not conceited people, y'all. So do not think just because you're able to master things, just because you think that you're able to gain certain skills, that you're just like, I want to say an inappropriate word, but like that you're just like the greatest thing walking out here, because you're not. But like, and the best people, that are, out here succeeding are not those conceited people. So just try to find that balance. Like, know what you're talking about, know what you're doing, definitely achieve your goals, definitely succeed, but don't be annoying, and don't be conceited, and don't be bragging all the time about it, because that's an off-putting thing, and it can also be a reflection of low self-efficacy, because maybe you're just trying to overprove yourself to people to hide, your weaknesses, or to, kind of yeah, to hide your weaknesses. That's it. So yeah, be aware of that. um
Exactly. And don't make other people feel bad about it either. Cause that is something that I hate. And like I cut people off for that. Kids too. You can get cut right on off. For real. For real. Cause like you see some kids that you help grow, you help develop, give them all the opportunity, everything, just for them to use it for bad, to use it to manipulate people and to steal from people and to get over on people. Like, I don't like that at all. Like, no.
yeah,
I'm
you
sorry.
have to you have to be super careful, y'all. Because you just have to be super careful. You definitely don't want to off put people, and you definitely don't want to step on those that help you to get to where you are. And you definitely don't want to forget about those that help you to get to where you are. So just be very careful about you know how you're portraying yourself to other people. Um, so if you want to build your self-efficacy, learn how to effectively communicate. Learn how to, talk to people, learn how, like, your nonverbal cues and your verbal cues. Um, so learn about your body language, learn about like what your body language is telling other people, learn about your tone, learn about what your tone is telling other people, because the words could be coming out your mouth. I could be happy and smiling and telling you that you're ugly. You know, like sometimes the words don't match the tone, don't match the body language, don't match those nonverbal cues. So learn how to effectively communicate. Um, you can use that, the step up, step back mentality. So listen more than you talk, but talk when you need to. And when it's necessary, don't talk just to talk. Just listen, more than you talk, and talk when you need to. Be a productive person for somebody else. So you have your role models, you have your mentors. Make sure that you're passing that ability down. So make sure that you can, grab somebody up that might be younger than you, or grab somebody up that, wants to achieve the goals that you're achieving, and be a productive person, be a positive role model for them, be somebody that can take them under, somebody that they can come up under, and somebody that they can learn from it. So have a role model, be a role model. Um, be strategic about your task and choose challenging things. Um, and that's the one thing that I like have struggled with, definitely doing it more now, but it's like, do things that you love, and if you hit a roadblock, oh well, like work your way through it. Don't let fear like kind of overcome you. And I had a moment yesterday. I had to do something big. And I had to, talk to somebody that I was afraid to talk to, and I was afraid of the experience. Um, and I had to like get myself together. I was like, okay, so, and I mean, I relied on the help of others too, but like, I was like, I had to get myself together ultimately. So it was like, I had to tell myself, all right, you're scared. And then I had to say, why are you scared? I listed the reasons why I was scared, and ultimately the reasons why I was scared were not bigger than the opportunity. So I had to continue to move, and do the thing that I had scheduled to do. Like I said, yo, I want to be able to kind of talk about this whole thing, and I will, I promise. But yeah, that happened yesterday. And this it happened this morning too, but it's okay. Because we still here. So yeah, be strategic about your tasks and choose challenging things. And be able to overcome them, and work through the steps to overcome them, and work through the steps to overcome the thing from to overcome the ability of yourself stopping yourself from doing things. Um, take control of your life. So that kind of ropes right into the choosing the challenging things. Know that you have the ultimate control. Know that you have the ultimate say. You are the ultimate decider. Set goals, but set realistic expectations. So if you set those goals, I mean, don't they can't be like, I'm gonna get $10 million by tomorrow. That's not realistic. You can have, if you want $10 million, I don't know, in like a few years, maybe like 10 years or something like that, then that may be a little bit more realistic. But like, don't set unrealistic stuff, but definitely, challenge yourself. And have that support system, have someone to speak life into you, have that person or those people that you kind of rely on, that when you are doubting yourself, and then when you let fear take control of yourself, even if you're building those skills yourself, have people that you can call, that you can text, that you can email, that you can FaceTime, whatever, and they just like, yo, get yourself together, this is not even a big thing. So have those people. And so just kind of like strategies that you can use, just kind of like being students, because I know that everybody on here, well, I don't know if it's everybody, but most people on here are currently in school. So if you're practicing from a place of high self-efficacy, be proactive. Don't wait for someone else to tell you what to do. So in this whole like, schooling situation, and I think I mentioned this earlier in the week, but like if you want to learn and you want to continue to, learn in your subjects, don't wait for your teacher to send you assignments. Don't wait for, us to tell you to go to school. Don't wait for your parents to tell you to do certain things. If you're on this YouTube right now, you have internet access, and use that internet to your advantage. Use that internet to learn new things and to watch videos and create your own worksheets. Use those resources to your advantage. Get with somebody else and create a course, or get with somebody else and be a tutor. Get with somebody else and, just kind of like be supportive to somebody else. Be creative, find ways, find out ways how you can learn and apply whatever, you know, be creative. So like if you're in geometry right now or you're in algebra right now, you like, I don't need this. I'm never gonna do this. I never need this again. Find ways that algebra can be applied to your goals. Because at the end of the day, you're in school, you have to complete certain classes, you have to complete certain requirements. So you might as well try to have fun doing it. So like you're definitely gonna like some of your subjects and you're definitely gonna hate some of your subjects, but you're definitely gonna love some of your subjects, you're definitely gonna hate some of your subjects, but try to like all of your subjects. So if you don't necessarily like algebra, you don't know how it's gonna apply to real life, look up or do some research or ask somebody else, how can algebra apply to my real life? And learn about those things, and just be creative about it. Don't let one bad grade or two bad grades or three bad grades discourage you. Use it as an opportunity to get better. Use it as an opportunity to improve your grades. Use it as an opportunity to improve your study habits, to improve the way that you work. And always, and I think I kind of work from this overarching thing, but always use it as an opportunity to help others. Always use it as an opportunity to inspire others and to support others. So if you master the subject, be a tutor. If you're not that good at a subject, reach out to other people for help. Reach out to other people for support. Um, and yeah, of course, any questions? This whole kind of idea of self-efficacy, like it's part of the social cognitive theory, which was founded by this man named Albert Bandura. I have to say that because I don't want them to flag your video. So I had to say where I got this information from. But of course, I applied it. It's this theory, and these theories are like psychology heavy theories. So yeah, that's it, y'all.
Man, I love it. So look, we got like literally like 2 more minutes. Can you go back to that first one that you showed us and just give us like a brief overview of what
Mhm.
those other ones were? Because I think those would be interesting conversations to have too.
Mm.
I can't say where the jewels at. I know we gonna get the jewels. We ain't letting Miss Mo go without the jewel.
You want to see like the definitions and stuff. This is what you were talking about, right?
Yeah, okay. So self-evaluation, self-observation, and
Self reaction.
self-reaction.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So y'all, like I said, if y'all want kind of like I guess a mini series on this particular graphic, we definitely can go into some of the other areas. If you want to go deeper into self-efficacy and kind of do a more, I guess, real life application, because I gave a few examples. But if you have examples that you kind of want to ask questions about or whatever, we most definitely can. This is about y'all. So whatever y'all want to do is whatever we about to do. So let me know. Um,
Well, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Your jewels, man, your jewels. What you leaving us with?
So it's actually something that I said earlier. Um, and it's make plans, not complaints.
Say it again.
Make plans and not complaints.
Love it. Okay. All right. Bet. Make plans, not complaints. All right. So it's Friday, man. I'm gonna see you back Monday.
Monday.
See you
Okay.
back on Monday.
I'm
Y'all
here
go
till
ahead.
September.
Yeah. Yeah, we definitely gonna do the mini series in real life, for real, for real. So y'all go ahead, y'all take y'all break. We back at 2:00 with Miss Kaitlyn, the academic stuff. So if y'all have anything academic, those packets, all that stuff, bring that to Miss Kaitlyn 2:00. I keep telling y'all, she getting people on grade level. For real, for real, for real. Like she helping people get through those packets and answering those questions and just really taking her time to make sure that you understand it. And she helping you with teacher feedback. So if a teacher's giving you feedback, you don't quite understand it, bring it, bring it, bring it, bring it. So I'll see y'all 2:00 if you're rolling with us with Miss Kaitlyn session. And I'll see you back on Monday, Miss Mo. Thank you so much.
Yo.
All right.
Bye.
Hey, y'all. We are back. Miss Kaitlyn.
Hello.
Hey, Miss Kaitlyn.
How you doing?
What's up? How you doing? I'm good. It's Friday.
It's Friday.
I've been telling them all day. I've never been a TGIF person, but I am now.
Yeah, these weeks are crazy.
Man, I know. How's your day been?
Good. Busy. I'm eating lunch.
Good.
Sorry. I'm just
Good.
gonna finish it off while
No,
we go.
you need to eat. You need to eat. Yeah. Put some meat in there too.
How has it been going so far today?
Oh man, we had a great day today. So Miss Simone kicked us off and she brought on a friend of hers who's a PhD student. And she just talked about like her journey, her experience, her work that she wants to do, like amazing conversation. Then we had Miss Charlene, who is a nurse. So she just talked about like career options in the healthcare field. And we talked a little bit about what's happening, what's going on now. Like it was just amazing. When Miss Mo came, Miss Mo had Mac sauce on her session today. So she had graphics and
cool
stuff to do. Yeah, she don't normally be giving us all that, but she put the heavy Mac sauce on the day. I was like, okay. But yeah,
that's
all
awesome.
good stuff. All good stuff.
Cool. So today, Mar said that he wanted to jump on. Did he ask you for that link yet?
Oh no, he sure didn't. But you know what? Let me send it to him.
Cool.
Go ahead and DM him right now. He was showing me his designs.
Designs for what?
I know I'm going to say it wrong. It's the tulip movement. Yeah.
What is that?
I don't know, but I think it's gonna be I think it's gonna be something around just like promoting positivity, promoting like this healthy, mature mindset type situation.
Cool.
So yeah, I think it's gonna be good once you get it together.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The tulip movement.
Cool. Okay. Here we go. Mar sent me some questions, so I'm gonna set them up while we're waiting for him.
Okay, yeah, here he comes. Hey, Ma.
You're muted, Mar, maybe. Still can't hear you, Mar.
You tapping real hard on that phone.
Me?
No, Ma.
Oh.
You can hear him tapping, trying to fix whatever the problem is.
Oh.
Oh. He might be coming right back.
You got any plans this weekend, Miss Joni?
Man, I gotta work.
Yeah.
But I won't be on no lives. You're not gonna catch me on one live.
We are not seeing your face this weekend.
Nope, y'all not gonna see me this weekend. I'm gonna be where y'all might get a few emails from me. I'm going to catch up on my admin work. I got people emailing me about emails that they sent me on Monday. And I'm like,
ooh, yeah.
I know I'm so backed up on email. It's crazy. I'm so backed up, but I'm gonna catch up on my emails get some admin work done.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was giving me a hard time.
We
That's okay.
know.
We're glad you're here now.
Yeah, the general. I told Miss Kaitlyn a tiny bit about the tulip movement.
Yeah, Mar, explain to me what the tulip movement is.
So,
Come on, show your face. This is your project. Be proud.
so, can you see me and hear me?
Uh-huh, we can hear.
Alright. So, alright, I don't know where to start from. Alright, so the tulip movement is basically the heart in the beat thingy. So, let me see if I can show you. Hold on. All right, so the 1 in a million is, if y'all can see it. So
Cool.
every 1 in a million have a special heart, and that means that every 1 in a million have a history, and basically it means that everybody is not perfect, but everybody is born to be perfect. So, and in the back it says increase positivity and decrease negativity.
Cool.
And I put the tulip movement in the bottom. So basically, what I mean by increase positivity and decrease negativity, there's so much going on in the world right now, and so much going on in our cities. So therefore, I want to make a movement that can, like, decrease negativity and decrease the population of the murder rate. And not only that, I want to let everybody know that everybody's special in their own way. Nobody has to be the same. We all have different personalities. So basically, this shirt, all it says for real for me is like to stop the bullying, to stop all the murdering, the violence, to stop everything that's going wrong in this world. So I want to make like a movement that can help people and spread the word around the world, so everybody can, like, get a glimpse of like what positivity look like, because not a lot of people have that mindset, and not a lot of people are appreciated because who they are. So that's why I made this movement, and hopefully it goes up. But basically right now I'm trying to get my logo design, and yeah.
That's so sick, Mar. Yeah, thanks for explaining that. That's really awesome. Are you so you're gonna start making t-shirts then once you finalize your design?
Yes, definitely.
Cool. Well, you gotta let me know because I'll definitely get one.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks for telling us about that. Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, if you're ready, Mar, then I am ready to jump into some algebra questions today. Are you ready for that?
Yes.
Gonna share my screen. Miss Joni, can you keep track of if there are any questions that people ask or things like that?
Absolutely, I got you.
Cool. Why does trust? Yeah, we want to trust. Oh, okay, cool. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right, sweet. So, for those of you who are watching, Mara is working on some new problems this week, and so Mara sent me a picture of what he was working on, and these are the first 3. There's like, I wish I could show it to you, but I would have to unshare my screen. But there's like a column that says product, and there's like a bunch of numbers, and then there's a column that says sum, and there's a bunch of numbers, and then this is what we are filling in, the factors. And so this is a kind of a funny thing that they're doing, because they're just making you practice factoring and finding the factors, but really you've been doing that the whole time. So they pretty much just gave you, if I don't even know how many there are on this page. There are like 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Like there are like
30 of these on this, and all it's asking you to do is the same thing every single time, which is factor it out. So they just really want you to get that practice in. So Mar, this is actually going to be quite easy, or quite straightforward, I should say, for us to do, because this is what we've been doing with our diamond factoring method. And so if I can just write out this first one, in our diamond, we had a number on the top and a number on the bottom, right? And this is what we are starting with. And you told me that when this is the case, you have to find factors of this number, find numbers that multiply together to make -6, and then add them up to see which ones equal this number, right? The bottom number. And then we were filling in our diamond. So that's what we've been working on actually for like the past week. So now they're just writing it in a different form. They're just telling you, instead of putting it in an X, they're just writing the numbers in these two columns, the product and the sum. Okay, so really all they're asking you to do is, whoops, these are the numbers here that would go in the top. And these are the numbers here that would go in the bottom, right? So for each pair of numbers, for this pair, this pair, this pair, you're just trying to find the numbers that we were filling in the side right here. You're going to fill that in this column. Mara, are you following me?
Yes.
Cool. So you can do it in any way that you want. If you like, if a person was really, really like crazy and they could do it in their head, I'm sure they could just fill this out. But for us, it might be easier if we make X's every time and we, just put the number that fill the numbers in so that we know what we're working with. And then we go through the whole process and figure out what factors we need. So although they didn't give you any space on this page to work, you're going to want to show your work on a different piece of paper and write it all out so that, because I don't think I could do these in my head. So if you can, then good for you, but I don't think I can. So I'm going to have to write them out, and I would do that on a separate piece of paper. So do you want to go through a few of them and get the hang of it? And then we can move on to the other problems, because I know that you know how to do these, but I want us to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Yes.
Cool. Okay. So I've set up the first one in the X. So can you tell me what is going to be the first step in solving this?
Okay, so the first step is they have to find the factors of -6.
Yep. And maybe these ones are going to be a bit more challenging because it looks like there's a lot of negatives in here, and negatives makes things difficult and more complex. So I think it's good that we're going through these first ones. All right, so tell me some factors of -6.
3 times 2. Well, -3 times 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the opposite, so like you'll be -2 times 3, right?
Perfect. Whoops. Times 3. Mm-hmm.
-6 times 1.
Mm-hmm.
1 times -6. I think that's it. Yeah.
I think that's it too. Okay. So what's the next step?
Then you you add the addition sign, and you gotta see which one of those equals to +1.
Perfect. So let's do that and see what we get. All right. Do we want to draw out a number line for this, or you think we're good?
All right, I think I should do it in my head.
Okay, cool. Hit me with it. -3 plus 2.
It's going this way, so that'll be -6.
Try again. You're adding, not multiplying.
Oh, it'll be 1.
+1 or -1?
It'll be -1.
Yep. Cool.
And that would make that a +1.
Mm-hmm.
And -6, well, -6 plus 1, that'll be a -7.
Try again. Adding 1 closer to 0.
-5.
Yep.
And then -1 plus 6, it will be +5.
Perfect. Cool. Okay, so then what are our 2 factors that we would normally put in our x?
What do you mean? Oh, so it'll be -2 and 3.
Yep.
Because,
-2 and 3. And so what it's asking for you to write here in this column is -2, comma 3.
oh, okay.
Okay, that's all it's asking you to do.
Okay.
You want to do the next one?
Yeah.
Sweet. Just gonna do this. Start over. Okay, so I'm drawing my X. Mar, tell me what numbers I'm gonna put in the top and bottom of my X. We're doing question number 2.
36 and -3.
Yeah, which one goes on top?
36.
Yeah, cool. And then -13. Sweet. Okay, what's our first step?
Hold up, right. Our first step is to find the factors of 36.
Cool. Okay. Hit me with some factors of 36.
6 times 6.
Cool.
2 times 18.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to pause you really quick. You're right about that, but I'm going to pause you really quick and remind you that you could have 2 positives that equal positive 36, or you could have -6 times -6, and that would also equal 36. Right? And we remember that because we know that 2 negatives multiplied together equals a positive. Okay? So
Okay.
just so you know, every time you come up with a positive pair, you're going to want to also come up with the negative pair. Okay? All right. So you said 2 and 18. So what's our pair that's going to go with that?
It'll be 18, well, -18 and 2.
And -2, right? Because we need 2 negatives.
It will be 2 negatives.
Yep.
Okay. And then 3 times 12.
Uh-huh.
4 times 9.
Yeah, but don't skip the opposite pair of 3 times 12.
-3 and -12.
Yep. Okay, and what was the other one?
Hold up. 4 times 9, and I'm gonna say 1 times 36.
True. Can you give me the opposite pairs for both of those?
-4 times -9 and -1 times -36.
Perfect. Okay. I think you got them all. Nice work. That's all I can think of at least. Okay, so what's our next step?
Then you gotta put the addition sign and you gotta see which one of those factors equals to -13.
Cool. So for this, I know that there are a lot of them, but I actually want to do each of these because this is good practice for me to add and subtract to add my negatives together. Because for me, adding negatives can be tricky. And so I just want to get that extra practice and do all of them. Okay, so let's go through all of them. And the positive one should be pretty quick for us. So what is the first one, 6 plus 6?
That's 12.
Okay. So then what is -6 plus -6?
That will be a +12.
Positive 12 or negative?
I mean, a -12.
-12, because this time we're not multiplying them together, we're adding them, right? And so this -6, I'm just gonna, a little side note here, -6 plus -6 is the same thing as -6 minus 6, right? And so you're moving away from 0. So your number is going to get more negative. Okay. Okay. 2 plus 18, what is that?
That is 20.
20. Good. And then -2 plus -18.
Oh, that'll be -20.
Yup. Great. 3 plus 12.
That'll be 15.
Yep, perfect. And then -3 plus -12.
That'll be -15.
Mm-hmm. 4 plus 9.
That'll be 13.
Cool. -4 and -9.
-13.
Perfect. And last two, 1 plus 36.
37.
Mm-hmm. And -1 plus -36.
-37.
Beautiful. Yes. Look at us go. Gosh, negatives are so confusing all the time, and you just absolutely killed it. Whew. I'm glad to have you on my team. All right. So what are our answers then?
It will be -4 and -9.
Yes. Great. So -4 and -9. I just filled them in the diamond or in the X just to put them there, but then I'm gonna fill them out in my worksheet here. -4, comma, -9. Nice, Mar.
You're welcome.
Do you want to do this last one before we move on? Because after you do this one, I have 100% faith in you that you're gonna just crush the rest of them. But let's just do one more.
All right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So I'm drawing my X. And what numbers am I going to put in my X? What goes in the top?
The top is -16. The bottom is
Beautiful.
-6.
Beautiful. Okay. Walk me through it. What am I doing?
So first you find the factors of -6.
-6 or -16?
I mean -16.
Cool. Okay.
And
what
then
do I got?
So then you do the factors, which is 1 times 16 and -1 times -16.
This time we have a -16 that we're trying to get at, right? So I wrote down the first two that you said.
So it'd be +16, right?
Yeah, right. Because this first one would equal +16. This second one would also equal +16. So we have to do a negative times a positive to equal a negative. And I just wrote that little rule down here. Just to remind.
Okay.
So I'm going to erase these. All right, start over. Tell me what I got.
All right, so you got 1 times 16.
1 times -16 or positive?
-16.
Cool. Okay, what else?
And then you got -1 times 16,
Beautiful.
16.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got 2 times 8. You
Positive
got
or negative?
Positive.
Okay, if I do 2 times 8, I'm going to get +16.
Yes.
And we are looking for -16.
Oh, I'm confusing it. Hold on, because all right.
Remember, because this number up here,
I thought we just found the factors of 16. Oh.
this number is negative, right? So we have to find the factors of -16.
All right, so it'll be -2 and 8.
Yep, -2 and 8.
And it will be -8 and 2.
Great.
And then it will be 4 times 4. What 4 times -4?
Beautiful.
-4 times -4, which -4 times 4, which is back. Well, it's the same thing for
Yeah, it's the same thing. We'll just write it once. That's great that you noticed that though. Yeah. Any more?
I'm thinking. I think that's, hold up.
Yeah,
That's,
that's all I can think of too.
yeah.
Okay, cool. What are we doing next?
Then we add the addition sign. We gotta see which factor equals -6.
Cool. All right, so 1 plus -16. This one easily could trip me up, so don't get tricked by it. 1 plus -16.
What the heck just happened to my pen? All right. It'll be -15, right?
Yeah, -15. Perfect.
And
Okay.
that will be a +15, right?
Yup. Because
And
remember, -1 plus 16 is the same thing as 16 minus 1, right? And that's an easy one. You know that one. Okay, cool. Go on. -2 plus 8.
that'll be -6.
I'm going to write it out. I'm going to write it a different way. -2 plus 8 is the same thing as 8 minus 2.
Oh. All right, so it'll be -6.
Negative or positive?
Negative.
8 minus 2?
Oh no, that would be a positive. I'm saying for -2 and plus -8, that would be -6, right?
Yeah, 2 plus -8 would be -6. Good. Yeah. Sorry, I was confused on which one you're on. And then 4 plus -4.
That would be. That would be 0.
Yeah. Good. Okay, I was gonna write it out a different way, but you already got it. That's 0. Okay. So cool. We got our answers. What do we got?
All right, so it will be 2 plus -8.
Perfect. 2 plus -8. And I'm just going to write them both places, 2 and -8. And then I'm filling it in on my worksheet. And it is 2, -8. Cool. How you feeling about these, Mar? You're crushing it.
I feel good about them. It's
Yeah.
just like it's still hard a little bit because the negatives is like it's just confusing my mind a lot. But
Dude, yeah.
I'm getting used to it.
Yeah. Something that helps me sometimes is to write out these rules, like even like at the top of my paper and stuff, or maybe if you have like a sticky note, to write them on a sticky note so that you can just always refer to it, so that you don't like have to use your brain all that much. You just look at the sticky note, you see the rule, and then after a while that rule is just going to get ingrained in your brain. Once you read it and you use it over and over and over, it's going to come second nature. But up until then, it's totally fine to have like a sticky note or a piece of paper like taped to your wall that has some of these difficult rules on them. So I would recommend that. Cool. Okay. Let's go on to the other one that you sent me, because that one is a little more complicated. Okay. So the next thing that you are working on is solving what we call literal equations. Okay. And as far as I can tell, a literal equation just is an equation that doesn't have any numbers in it. It only has letters in it and only has variables. So that can get kind of weird because you're like, what am I actually trying to do? But thankfully on this worksheet, it tells us every time what we're supposed to solve for. So I'm going to write an example out. The first question says, solve for A. Okay, and the equation that they give us is ax plus z equals aw minus y. Okay, And that to me is like, what is happening? My brain is like short circuiting. I'm like, why are there so many letters? This is math class. But all that it's getting you to do, it's just getting you to practice doing some of these algebra things just with letters instead of numbers. Okay. So all we're going to do here is solve for A. And when it means solve for A, it's actually saying isolate A. So get A on one side of the equal sign and everything else on the other side of the equal sign. As we can tell right here, that right now, we have an A right here in the equation, and we have an A right here in the equation. And those are separated by an equal sign, right? So what we want to do is get those A's so they're together.
Oh, hold up.
And
Can
then-
you like slow down because
Mhm.
this like the variables are really confusing me right now.
Yeah, totally.
You said isolate the A, right?
Isolate the A. Yep. So what that means, and I can write this a different way. So when we're isolating the A, we are get A on one side of the equal sign and everything else on the other side. So I'm gonna walk us through this one. Mar, are you good if I start walking us through, and I'll go slow for you, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, because this is confusing.
It definitely is.
I think that one way that you could look at it is it wouldn't look as intimidating to me if I substituted numbers in for these letters. So I'm just going to write it how it would normally look if we had some numbers. And keep in mind that every variable, every letter could represent any number in the whole world. It's just a placeholder for a number. Okay, so let's say that I want to say that X is actually a 2. Okay, and I want to say that Z.
I just tried photo math, and photo math can resolve it itself.
Wait, say it again?
I said I just tried photo math on this question, and photo math can't resolve it itself. So like,
What is photo math?
photo math is basically like when you take a picture of a math problem, and like they tell you the answers, and they tell you how you get to your answers as well. But this is not be working.
I guess you'll have to do it yourself then. Photo math sounds like the biggest cheat tool of all time.
It definitely is.
Yeah, it definitely is. So I'm glad that photo math is not telling you the answer to this because it's time for you to just learn it and do it on your own. You got this. You can do this.
It look confusing. Hold up.
I know, but I'm breaking it down for you. Okay. So
right.
I'm going to pretend that these letters are actually numbers. Okay. So I'm going to say that X equals 2, Z equals 3, W equals 4, and Y equals 5. Okay. So just bear with me for a second. Okay. If these letters instead were numbers, then I could rewrite this equation as 2A plus 3 equals 4A minus 5. Okay, Mar, does this type of thing look a little more familiar to you? When we only have one letter in there?
Ew, I don't know. I don't think we ever went through this.
Okay, so if I gave you this equation though, and I said, I want you to solve for A, do you know the first step, or do you know what that means if I said solve for A?
Um, you so basically like you get it down to like one number. So like you take away the A or isolate the A away from the number. So
Here you go.
basically you'll be
Keep
like
going.
just adding the numbers.
Okay, so let's go through this one right here, and talk me through how I would solve for A. Because you're exactly right. That's exactly what you would do. You would get it down to one number, and you would isolate A on the other side. So here's what I would do. I see that this has an A in it, and this has an A in it. So I want to combine those things.
Oh, so you will multiply or add it?
I'm going to actually subtract it from one side.
Why you subtract it?
Because it's a positive. So if I want to get rid of it on this side, I'll have to subtract.
Oh, okay.
Right. So I'm going to subtract it from this side. But if I do a subtraction to one side of my equation, I have to subtract it from the other side of the equation as well, right, in order to balance it out.
Okay.
So I'm going to subtract 2A from both sides. Okay. So what I get then, if I rewrite this equation, I'm going to get 3 equals 2A minus 5. Now, why do I only have 2A now?
I think because you subtracted, hold up. I guess because you did 4 take away 2, maybe?
Yeah, yes, exactly. Okay, I'm gonna just draw it out just to make it very clear. Okay, this right here is 4 A's, right? You see that on the side of the screen? If I take away 2 of them, I'm taking away 2 A's. What am I left with?
1 A.
What? This. What am I left with here?
Oh, 2 A's.
2 A's, right? So if I have 4 A's and I take away 2 of them, then I'm just left with 2 A's, right? And so that's why I have a 2A right here. Okay. So now what I need to do is I see that I have a number here, -5, and I have a number here, +3, and I want to combine those two things. So how am I going to do that?
Combine the 3 and the -5.
Combine the 3 and -5. Yes. So I have to get rid of, what color was I using? Here we go. Okay, so on this side, I'm going to add the 5, right? Because when I add the 5, it's going to cancel it out, right? Just like it canceled it out here. But if I add it to one side, I also have to add it to the other side, right? So I'm going to add it to this side as well. Okay, so when I rewrite this equation, I'm going to get 8 equals 2A. But hold up,
This a W right there?
There's no W's.
What is that?
It's an 8.
Oh no, up there. Where it says 4. Oh, what is that?
Don't worry about that right now. We're doing this problem. We're going to come back to the other one. Okay. I promise this will tie in, Mar. I promise. I know we're not doing the exact problem that's on your page right now, but this is going to help us when we solve that other problem. Okay. The one that, what do you call it? Photo?
Yeah.
What is it called? Yeah.
Photo.
That one. it couldn't solve it, you're going to be able to solve it. But first we have to focus on this and learn the skills in this, and then we'll apply those skills to the other problem. Okay. So what I want you to focus on right now is, where did this 8 come from?
I think you added 5. Well, no.
Yeah.
5 plus 3.
Yeah,
And that's
exactly. Yep. So I added 5 plus 3 and I got 8. Okay. And since this 5 and the -5 canceled out on this side, then I'm just left with 2a on that side. Okay. So now I just have 8 equals 2a. What is the last step in this to solve for a? I want to get rid of this 2.
You do 2 plus 2?
That's a good try. What I'm going to actually do is I'm going to divide 2a by 2. And when I do that, it cancels it out, right? Because 2a is the same thing as 2 times a. So if I want to get rid of a multiplication, then I'm going to divide by it. Okay. So I'm going to go 2 divided by 2, and that cancels out. And then I'm going to do 8 divided by 2, and that equals 4.
We got to divide them. Oh. All right, so we got add, subtract, and divide.
You got it. And that's why photo math could not solve this, because it's not smart enough. We're smart enough though. Okay, so what I get as my final answer is 4 equals a, or this is the same thing as saying a equals 4. Okay. So we solved this, which is good. So I want to recap really quick. Okay, actually, can you recap for me on how I got to this answer?
Because
starting up here with the star.
So you basically did 2. You were trying to get the number by itself, so you did 4a, take away 2a, and it left us with 2a. And then you did 3 plus 5, which is left us with 8. And then you did 2a. Well, you put the 2 and you took away the a, right? Well, you did 2a divided by 2.
Mm-hmm.
So did you you divided 8 and 2a divided by 2, right?
Yep. And the reason why I'm going to write this little rule, everything you do on one side, you have to do on the other. Okay, it's just the rule. Okay, so you can't just like take away 2s or take away 5s or anything like that on one side if you don't do it to the other. So you always have to mirror it. If you do it on one side, you have to do it on the other side. Okay, this is really, really important rule. Okay, so that's why I'm gonna outline a couple of things in red. That's why here at the top I did 2a minus 2a, and then here I also subtracted a 2a on the other side.
Okay.
That's also why here I did -5. I added 5, and on this side I did the same exact thing. I added 5. Okay, and finally, just like you just pointed out, on this side I did 2a divided by 2. And since I divided by 2 on this side, I also had to do it on this side. Okay, so do you see that every time we do something to one side, we mirror it on the other side? Okay.
Okay.
And then we ended up with a equals 4. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
What? Did I lose you?
No, you ain't lose me. It's just like, yeah, you lost me.
I lost you. I lost you where?
So with the 4, the a equals 4, you switched it around.
Yeah. So that you can do that. So it doesn't matter what's on either side of the equal sign. Because an equal sign just means that they're equal to each other, right? So if I had, I'm trying to think of an analogy. This is a very silly analogy, but if I said this, a house equals this picture, right? I know my drawing is really bad, but this is a house, right? So a house equals this drawing of a house. I could also write this like this. This drawing of a house is the same thing as a house, right?
Okay.
Because those two things are equal, right? And so when I'm saying 4 equals A, that's the same exact thing as saying A equals 4. You can switch them around. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just the same meaning, but it's just switched around.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to think of it switched around. Usually, the only reason I did switch it around is because a lot of times, like, let's say I was solving for A, and so I want to say A equals something, right? And so it just like flows off the tongue a little bit better. That's the only reason I rewrote it. But if you kept it like this, if you kept it like 4 equals A, that is also a correct answer. Okay, you could have written it like that. The only reason I switched it was because for me, I feel like it rolls off the tongue better to say the variable first and then the number. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. So let's try another one of these. And I know that we haven't gotten to this problem up here yet, but I want to practice one more that has numbers in it before we get to just doing the letters, because the letters can sometimes throw you off. They throw me off at least. Okay, so let's do one more with numbers, and give me like 30 seconds just to look up one that would be good for us. Okay. So this time, let's do 3x plus 4 equals 2x plus 6. Okay. So Mar, can you tell me what is the first step that I'm going to do in this to solve for x? And I'm going to give you a little hint. I'm going to just do this. And I'm also going to do this.
All right, so do you add 3x plus 2x?
Yeah, so you're going to combine the 3x and the 2x. But I want to get rid of it from one side. So let's say I want to get rid of this 2x. What am I going to do to get rid of it on that side?
What is you doing? No, get off. Get down. Hello? Can you repeat that, please?
No problem. So remember that I want to get rid of, I want to combine them by getting them both on one side. So I'm going to get rid of the 2x on this side. How am I going to get rid of it on that side?
I honestly don't know. All right. Do you add it?
It's already positive. That's a hint.
Oh. Hold up, so we can't add it and we can't just like take the x away, right?
Not with adding, but with subtracting we could, right? We could say 2 minus
So
2x.
we subtract both sides.
We subtract both sides. Perfect. Okay, so I subtracted, so 2x minus 2x, what does that equal?
It would be just be x, right?
Let me draw it out. If I have 2 x's and then I take away 2 x's,
That'll be 0.
yeah, 0. Okay, that's why it gets rid of it on this side, because 2x minus 2x is 0.
Wait, so basically right there, we just cross out the whole thing because it's not equaling to anything for real, for real. So because what I thought is like after you do 2x, take away 2x, it will just be x because it's like no number, but the 0. So basically we cross that out, and then we do 3 take away 2, which is 1x, right?
Yep.
Or do we just leave the x behind?
In this case, you have to keep an x because, so I'm gonna draw it over here because there's more space. If I have 3 x's and I take away 2 of them, what am I left with?
1.
Yeah, exactly. So I would say if you ever get confused on what it equals, if you're adding and subtracting the x's, I would just draw them out, right? That's a simple way of like visualizing it in your head. Okay. So you're totally right. So when I rewrite this equation,
All right, can you tell? All right, because the first time when we did it, right, we did it different than how we usually did it. Yeah, that right there. It's different now because at first we didn't do this part. I don't think so.
okay. I'm gonna draw a parallel. I'm gonna show you that this step, I'm outlining it in black. This step that up here is the same step as the step that we just did.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's the second part of the first question, right?
So this, unrelated to anything.
Okay.
Okay. We were just doing this problem.
Okay.
Okay. Does that make sense? Okay. So when I rewrite this equation, I'm going to rewrite it as x plus 4 equals 6. Okay. Can you tell me where this x came from?
The x came from the 3x take away 2x, and we just left it like with x because it just equals 1.
Perfect. Okay. So I have x plus 4 equals 6. So now I want to get all the numbers on.
Wait, what? Oh, okay. I see why.
So now I want to get all the numbers on one side.
Okay.
Okay. So how am I going to do that? Can you hold on just 1 second? Sorry.
Yeah.
Ma, you doing real good with this stuff, man. Like,
Very bad at math. I don't like math at all.
I can't tell. Like, you are really doing a great job. Like, even just how you re-explaining, like, how you understanding it. Like, you doing good. Really good.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. It's my birthday today, so my friends dropped off flowers.
Oh, happy birthday.
Yeah,
Oh my God. Happy birthday! Why you ain't tell nobody nothing?
I don't know. It's fine. But
Oh, it's not.
So
wow.
Anyway,
Wow,
okay. So I want to just echo what Miss Joni just said, that you're doing such a good job. And this is really, really tough stuff. And the way that you're asking questions and the way that you're like re-explaining it is really showing me that you're understanding it. Okay. So there's one last step in this equation or in this problem. what is that last step? We want to get the numbers to one side.
Do we add 4 and 6?
So if I add 4 here, what is 4 plus 4?
That'll be 8.
Do we want 8 on this side?
No.
No. We want 0 on this side. So what am I? I'm not going to add. I'm going to do what?
Subtract.
Yeah.
No.
Good.
I thought we had to divide them.
So I'll show you. Keep that thought for a second. What am I going to do? We don't have to divide at this point, but what do I have to do since I subtracted 4 on this side? What do I do to the other side?
You subtract 4.
Yeah. And what is 6 minus 4?
That'll be 3. I mean 2.
There you go. Okay, so now that I've gotten my numbers on one side and my x on the other, we have x equals 2.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm getting a better understanding of it now.
So the reason why, Mar, we don't have to divide is because there's no number in front of the x right here, right? If I told you that 4x equals 2, then I would have to divide, right? Because I want to get this x by itself. So I would have to divide both sides by 4. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So if there's no number in front of the x, if you're already left with 1x, then you don't need to divide anything. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. So I know that we didn't get
I have a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Problem. So I see that we did 3x not multiply, subtracted by 2x, and we just left with x. Why we didn't like leave with 1x instead?
Oh, why didn't we write 1x?
Yeah.
We could have. We totally could have. People don't because mathematicians are lazy, right? So they don't want to write any more things than they have to. And so they just shorten it to x. But if you want to write 1x right there, that's not wrong. That's still right. And if that helps you keep it straight in your brain, you can do that.
Okay, so if we do like 1x, right, is there any way that we could like, so if it's just 1x right there, it just stay 1x. Like we don't like subtract or multiply or add it against -4. I mean not -4. We want to just subtract it by 4.
No.
So basically the one is invisible right now.
Wait, say that one more time.
So basically the 1 is invisible. So
yes,
we
1 is invisible.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions about this one?
No.
Okay. So we did not answer this question up here. This is the first question on that worksheet that you sent me.
Yeah.
That's okay though. We will come back to this question on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that we did these 2 questions is going to help us because the process to solving these equations is exactly the same.
Okay.
So what we used here is exactly like what we're going to use here. Okay. It's just going to be a little different because we don't have numbers.
Okay.
But we'll walk through that on Monday. Okay.
Okay, definitely.
Cool. Mar, great job. This was some really tough stuff today. And you did amazing.
I had to do so much work today. Like I had to do English. I had to do science. It was so much work. Like
it's almost like you're in school or something.
Yeah, look at all these papers I had to do.
Yo, that's a lot of work, but
yeah.
It's worth it. It's worth it because you're not going to be behind. Because next year, when you go back to school, you're going to be on grade level and you're going to be just ready to go. Like, and everyone else who's being lazy, who's not doing their work, you're going to be so far ahead of them.
Well, thank you.
It's worth it. You keep it up. You're doing great. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, you are. And thank you, Miss Kaitlyn, for doing this on your birthday.
Oh my gosh, my pleasure.
Like, that is crazy. Happy birthday. Elder jumped on just to say happy birthday.
Aw. Thanks, Elder. All right,
y'all. All right, we'll see you Monday. Enjoy your birthday weekend.
Thanks, I will. Have a good weekend, y'all.
All right, you too. I'll
Bye.
see you in a little bit, Ma. On the YAD meeting. Oh man, y'all. Isn't that special? Miss Kaitlyn spent her birthday on Success Sessions. That's how important it is. That's what dedication and commitment looks like. Man, we wrapping up another day, another week of Success Sessions. I'm so excited for next week. Next week is going to be a banger, y'all. Monday, we got our favorite, Miss Paula Campbell is coming. So anybody who's interested in the whole music industry type situation as your career path, Monday is the conversation you want to be on. We're going to be talking to Miss Paula Campbell about all things music, her career. Y'all know she lives in Atlanta now, so we're going to be talking about Atlanta, how that move has helped her career, what she's doing. And then on Tuesday is also going to be another guest focused on that whole music industry. Y'all know my man, Stylist Bell. He works with big name people. You're talking about people like Rick Ross, Drake, like he worked with those type of people. So another conversation for any and everybody who's interested in that music industry as a career. So I'm excited. We got some other good guests coming next week too. I think we're going to have somebody talking about their experiences in like the Amazon and over in Africa doing projects and stuff like that. So got some good stuff lined up for y'all. So y'all already know what it is, man. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Success Sessions. You want to be successful. This is where you need to be. So I'm really excited to watch you guys learn and to grow and to be a part of that. I hope you guys have a great weekend. Some of y'all I'll be seeing later, because what we got the YAD meeting, and then we also have Focus Friday later on. And then at the Focus Friday, y'all ain't gonna see me live again until Monday, 10 a.m. This is where you need to be. All right, y'all, see you.